actions have been taken across the region to alleviate cost burden, who's most affected by cost burden, and where is the most affordable housing need? Uh-oh, lost it, Janet. I'll just keep going. We'll bring it back up in a second, I'm hoping. So a wide variety of affordable housing data, from housing policies to transit-oriented development and displacement, are also available for download as raw data or as charts. Janet, are we able to get the slide back up? Let's see. Sorry about that, folks. Virtual meetings are great in that I didn't have to travel to Kenmore at 7 o'clock, but sometimes we run into a couple of technical issues.
You mean you don't like to visit our fair city in the evening?
I love your fair city. I've been to many a great meeting there, but I am 30 weeks pregnant and I don't like to travel anywhere right now. All right, this version will work. So let's go ahead and dive in. Janet's going to focus on sharing regional findings with you from the first 2 sections of the dashboard. And then Christina's going to share Kenmore specific findings, as I said before, for the remaining 2 sections. So Janet, I'll pass it on to you. And if you're speaking, you're muted. Oh, she's not hearing. Let's see.
How's that? Were you able to hear me?
Now I can.
Thank you. Apologies for all the technical issues. And thanks for letting me know, Sonari. So I wanted to share a few key things to know about how we're doing as a region. First of all, the most important thing to know is that cost burden is unevenly distributed among King County residents based on income, race and ethnicity, whether someone owns or rents, and age. And among extremely low-income households, 0 to 30% AMI in King County, 85% were cost burdened, as opposed to only 10% of moderate to high-income households. And those would be households above 80% AMI. Secondly, as I mentioned before, race is another area where cost burden falls disproportionately on Black, Native American, and Hispanic households. And you can see how this plays out geographically in the areas where a medium Black and Hispanic household can find affordable to them within King County as opposed to white households. Next, I think we've all heard anecdotally that King County lacks an adequate supply of affordable homes for the lowest income renters. And when we looked at the data, this was confirmed. Only 27 units are affordable and available for every 100 extremely low income households at 0 to 30% AMI. And finally, the region needs to build or preserve 44,000 homes affordable to households with incomes at or below 50% median income between 2019 and 2024, according to the Regional Affordable Housing Task Force report. To date, we've built 1,595 affordable units, or 3.6% of our goal. The second section of the dashboard that also tracks regional trends is looking at how well we've done in terms of implementing the Regional Task Force Action Plan items. So how well are we doing? You can see that we've done the best in terms of regional collaboration, but in terms of working on items related to displacement and stakeholder engagement, we haven't been doing as well. I also wanted to share a few key highlights, so I'm going to share 4 of them with you. The first one is that the region needs $15.3 billion in additional public revenue by 2024 in order to meet the Regional Affordable Housing Task Force's short-term goal of building or preserving 44,000 units. And in 2020, the committee adopted shared revenue principles to help us start building that regional coordination towards that effort, but this is where we currently are. Secondly, in terms of tenant protections, the legislature strengthened tenant protections statewide in 2019 and 2020, which is why you see source of income discrimination, prohibition, and notice of rent increase implemented across all King County jurisdictions. And, you know, implementation on other tenant protections are patchier throughout the county. And one of the things we'd like to note is that some King County jurisdictions, such as Kenmore, has actually implemented protections that are stronger than what's within the task force report, but that is currently not shown here. And based on our findings, 25 out of 40 jurisdictions have implemented at least one policy to incentivize or require the creation of affordable housing. And Kenmore has actually implemented all 4. 23 out of 40 jurisdictions have implemented at least one policy or practice to reduce the cost to build affordable housing, and Kenmore has implemented 4 out of 5. Christina, I will now pass it over to you.
Thank you, Janet, and good evening. Thanks for having us. Once again, I'm Christina McHugh, Housing and Homelessness Evaluation Manager with King County, and I'm going to be talking in a little more detail about Kenmore specific data you can find on the dashboard. Next slide, please. So I just want to preface this by noting that the data we show today are a baseline upon which we will build in future updates to the dashboard. Even as we just released this first version, we're working on the next one already. The types of data that you'll find at the jurisdiction level include affordable housing units and production, affordability near transit, displacement, housing units by AMI, population size and demographics, cost burden, and housing policies adopted. Next slide, please. Thank you. And so I'm going to kind of go through a couple of highlights. There's much more you can explore on your own on the dashboard, but I'm going to start with transit-oriented development, which is in reference to Goal 3 of the task force report, and it calls for prioritizing affordability accessible within a half-mile walkshed of existing and planned frequent transit service with a priority for high-capacity transit stops. And to measure progress here, we're pulling together data from a couple of different resources, data on rents from CoStar, our income restricted unit database, which I'll talk a bit about in a moment, and joining that data to the locations of transit stops gathered from a variety of regional transit agencies. And so we find that countywide, 61% of all units within a half-mile walkshed of transit were affordable below 80% AMI in 2020. Zooming into Kenmore, which is what you see here on the slide, we find some affordability at 0 to 80% AMI near transit, but not all stations have affordable units nearby. And there's very little affordability between 0 and 50% AMI near Kenmore's stops. And so we invite you to explore this interactive dashboard on your own. You can kind of zoom in, toggle existing versus planned, look at AMI levels and types of units on your own. Next, displacement, which is in reference to Goal 5 of the task force report, and calls for preventing displacement of low-income and BIPOC communities. We know that regionally we have a significant overlap between places where these groups live and displacement risk. Most of Kenmore is at either a low or moderate risk of displacement. This doesn't necessarily mean that that it's affordable. It could be that people at highest risk of displacement aren't currently living in Kenmore. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to dive a little more into Kenmore's housing affordability data. If we kind of take them together, data on cost burden, housing units, and income restricted units can help us to get a complete picture of housing affordability in Kenmore now and into the future. So starting with cost burden, the highest rates of cost burden in Kenmore are at the lower income bands, driven by a lack of affordable housing supply below 100% or more AMI, which we will see in a moment on another slide. 83% of households below 30% AMI and 79% of households between 31 to 50 are cost burdened in Kenmore, which is fairly close to the countywide averages for these income bands. Countywide, cost burden is disproportionately experienced by BIPOC communities, and in Kenmore, cost burden is greatest for Black and Hispanic households. Next slide, please. Now looking at housing units, we know that lack of affordable housing units is a driving factor behind high cost burden for households below 30% AMI. In Kenmore, the majority of the housing stock is above 100% AMI, and there are about 1,200 units between 31 and 80, but Kenmore has relatively few units below 30% AMI, which indicates there is some more work to do to reduce cost burden for households at that AMI level. And then finally, the income restricted unit data. So we created the income restricted unit database this year in partnership with PSRC, or I'm sorry, last year at this point. And this will be the data source by which we measure progress towards meeting our countywide goals for affordable housing production. Income restricted units are a critical tool for creating affordability for households that the private market generally does not serve. The database includes income restricted units funded by both government, as well as units created without the use of government subsidy, but that are income restricted and projected to remain affordable long term. And so 2019 is a baseline year, and we're going to update this data on an annual basis going forward. As a county, we created about 1,595 income restricted units at or below 50% AMI in 2019. This only represents 4% of the 44,000 units projected to be needed by 2024, however. I'll note, kind of zooming into Kenmore on the dashboard, Kenmore did not create any new income restricted units in 2019, although I want to note that they had, that Kenmore had 255 income restricted units that were created before 2019. And also Kenmore is contributing to the construction of affordable housing as part of the ARCH subregional collaboration. And I also want to note that the database does not include a couple of different types of units created through incentive programs, such as units created through regulatory requirements or incentives like incentive zoning and inclusionary zoning and density bonuses. And we only have multifamily tax exemption units for the city of Seattle. We hope to include these types of units in the database going forward, which would change these numbers. Next slide, please. So our jurisdictional snapshot dashboard is another jurisdiction level data dashboard on the website that's intended to fulfill policymaker and planners' data needs in a single place. Currently, it's very focused on just showing data for one jurisdiction. In future iterations, we hope to include functionality that allows for more comparing and contrasting across peers. But I wanted to highlight a couple of things on Kenmore's snapshot. Kenmore has a very high home ownership rate, 72% compared to 57% countywide. It has a lower rate of cost burden compared to the countywide average, 27% compared to 33% countywide. There are more households in Kenmore at higher income brackets compared to the countywide average, so 63% above 80% AMI compared to 37% for the countywide average. And the median home value in Kenmore is slightly higher than the countywide median, about $572,000 compared to $549,000 countywide. And so all of the jurisdictional data that's displayed throughout the dashboard website can be found on the website for download under additional resources. You'll also find in the section detailed data notes for all of the dashboards, reproductions of data visualizations that you can pull into your own presentations, as well as a glossary and methodology. And I just kind of wanted to conclude with a discussion of some of the benefits and use cases for the jurisdiction level data in the dashboard, as well as some of our next steps. So the jurisdiction level data can be used for a variety of purposes, conducting housing inventories and analyses as outlined in the CPP, and other support for the development of comprehensive plans. It can be used as a resource for jurisdictions to evaluate new opportunities to build or preserve affordable housing units. It can help you understand where need is greatest or where areas could benefit from affordable transit-oriented development. And finally, it can be a quick and easy reference for council members or jurisdictional staff to learn more about Kenmore and other peer jurisdictions' housing data. And so where are we going? We are doing a variety of things. I'm going to highlight a couple here today. We are working on an updated jurisdictional survey that will capture information on policies enacted within each jurisdiction. The county is expanding its housing data team and its capacity around data management and analytics. We're scoping the creation of some new data resources that will help us to measure progress towards the county's affordable housing goals. And we're trying to really look at this data infrastructure as not just a tool for internal planning and analytics, but it's really a public good that we want to share out with the community that will facilitate your work and help to keep us all accountable as a region. And so that's why we provide it in so many different formats and provide it available for download for you. And as this data infrastructure is created, we hope to add more metrics to the dashboard in phases. I note a couple of high interest areas here on the slide. So there are others that we don't list. But we hope to continue to work with the Affordable Housing Committee and the Technical Advisory Group and jurisdictions to refine our county's data priorities, our metrics, and our methodologies. And so with that, I will turn it over for questions. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions? I'm not seeing any. Karina, Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. You know, you said the medium home price is $572K. You know, I'm assuming this is related to when you were scoping your data in originally, because the average in Kenmore is just sitting around $800K for purchasing of a home. Of course, that's not a, you know, what a new buyer is purchasing a home as, or a first-time buyer, right? So that being said, when we're looking at affordable housing and the scoping at market rates at 80%, it seems like the greatest thing we could do for Kenmore is improve housing at 40 and 30% of the mean. And possibly, you know, I'm looking to options that could help us pull us through this problem we have of connecting to partners who want to build affordable housing units and incentives. And tax incentives are kind of a poor way of getting there, but housing trusts can be a great way of getting there. What are your thoughts on community or public land trusts towards this kind of goal?
Sure, I'll take that one. And yes, you're correct. That data was from 2019. And obviously, particularly in the last year, we've seen quite an escalation of housing prices. So if you're seeing 800% or 800,000 today, I'm not surprised. In terms of community land trust, that is one of the strategies supported in the Regional Affordable Housing Task Force Plan. It's something the county is actively exploring right now in our unincorporated areas, urban unincorporated areas in Skyway and White Center, because we know that, you know, for many, access to affordable home ownership is a way to really strongly increase housing stability, and that it's also you know, down payment assistance, which might help one family at a time, is still a very, you know, important strategy. A land trust helps keep housing, ownership housing affordable over the long term. You know, I think in terms of public land, there's a number of different things we're seeing right now. You know, in some cases, folks are identifying public land for affordable housing, and just as we see with sound transit properties, you know, giving them away as part of, at little or no cost, as part of an RFP for affordable housing. Mm-hmm. We're seeing in some cases where there's a long-term ground lease instead of providing the housing to the developer in a way that preserves that property within public control over the long term. But in general, as we see rapid land price escalation, finding ways to remove land from the speculative market and move it into permanent affordable housing is definitely a strategy we're all looking into.
Do you have sample cases you can share with us or send on to us?
Yeah, happy to do that. I can work with Debbie to figure out how to get information. But yes, we have just done some presentations recently on land trusts, and we've also been working through the county as a membership to Grounded Solutions, which is one of the national technical assistance providers as well. And there's a lot of information on their website as well.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Kugler.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. Thank you so much for the presentation, Christina, Janet, and others who might have contributed. I think measuring the data and sharing it transparently is a great first step. So thank you so much for doing this and for sharing this with us. My question might be beyond the scope of the presentation today, so just let me know if there's someone else I should ask. But I have heard of some landowners here in Kenmore who are willing to use some of their property for affordable housing development, but in some cases I think I've been told that they're too small. And so I wonder, like, are we seeing that there's a certain threshold for projects to be viable? Is that one of the biggest challenges in getting, particularly those those projects that are going to target 30% or lower AMI?
Yes, so if 30% or lower AMI is your target size, typically we see a project that's between about 80 to 100 units. So if the site of the parcel isn't big enough to support an 80 to 100 unit project, it's unlikely, or it's just, there are a lot more barriers in the way. I mean, I think the opportunity to maybe serve a household at that income level on a smaller size parcel would really likely be through a housing choice voucher. So some sort of partnership, something that was already had a base level affordability, and then you partnership with the King County Housing Authority, but or some of the other folks who kind of help with the voucher side of things. In terms of small parcels, we're much more likely to see those for affordable home ownership. So occasionally we see scattered site development with folks like Habitat for Humanity, or I suppose there may be some land trusts as well. But the affordable home ownership is where we see much smaller parcels happen for, and that's usually not the 0 to 30% target market. There is some in between. There are often specialty projects that happen in that, in between a unit or 4 and 80 to 100, but those projects usually have something special going on, maybe sometimes an extra side capital campaign that they're doing through a specialty organization.
Great, thank you, Sunari. I'm sorry I left you out earlier. I was scouring all of the little boxes for everyone's names and missed you. Sorry.
It's all right, no problem.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Deputy Mayor, were you just reaching for something, or did I see your, okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really illuminating. All right. Next item on our agenda is King County Regional Homeless Authority, North King County Subregional Plan, presented by Alexis Mercedes Rinck. Good to see you again. Haven't seen you in a while, Alexis.
Hi, Mayor Baker. I have my team members here. We are joined tonight by CEO Mark Dones and our Director of External Affairs and Communications, Ann Martins. And so I'm going to share my screen, and then I'm going to let them take the lead.
Great.
Thanks, Alexis. So as Alexis said, my name is Mark Dones. I'm the CEO at KCRHA. I use they, them, theirs pronouns. And I'm going to take you through the first portion of the conversation, which is really going to be focused on giving you sort of some high-level familiarity with the authority and what we're where we came from, what we're up to. And then Alexis will drill down into the sub-regional planning. And then from there, we can take any questions that you might have. Alexis, I hate when I have to do this. Alexis, can I please get the next slide? Thank you. So just for a little bit of historical context, the authority development process really began actually in 2018, when a different team that I was also leading, I did not anticipate that I would have this job at the time, but a different team that I was leading was asked to do an audit, a systems audit, to identify ways that the region could address homelessness in a more systemic and effective way. One of the core recommendations that came from that audit, which echoed recommendations that had been made by the King County Auditor and a number of other consulting firms, was for the consolidation of resources that are focused on folks experiencing homelessness into a single agency. That recommendation was accepted by Executive Constantine and Mayor Durkin, and from there we set out with the process of crafting the interlocal agreement, the legislation that created the authority over the course of 2019. In order to do that, we did quite a bit of stakeholder engagement with providers, with people experiencing homelessness, and with frontline staff at provider agencies. A flaw that we noted then in the design was that we had not been able to, in our understanding then and now, adequately expand our work beyond functionally Seattle Metro. We did a couple things in the region broadly, but like the depth and the granularity of understanding was not really there. And so one of the things that was inserted into the ILA was a requirement for sub-regional planning to really get a much clearer picture of what was necessary in the identified subregions and how to ensure, right, that like the planning, or sorry, the tasks and the execution were in relationship to plans that actually reflected resources on the ground and issues that folks were seeing in their communities. The plan then, at the signing of that ILA, was to essentially have a CEO in place by early 2020, and then to stand up the authority and to drive the work. As I think we all know, we had a pandemic instead. And so the team, some of which in candor were on the previous presentation, all pivoted their efforts towards redesigning the system responding to folks experiencing homelessness in real time, trying to make sure that people stayed alive. And so the idea of standing up a new organization was just, it was simply not a thing that people were gonna do. A number of staff, right, including Seattle, King County, and Sound City staff worked on the administrative side to essentially sort of keep the authorities' head above water, like, and make sure that the lights, such as they were, stayed on. In the latter half of 2020, a recruitment process and a hiring process for a CEO really kicked off. I wound up being in the running for that and was confirmed April 26th. I was a team of one for April. About mid-May, I hired our Chief Program Officer and Ann Martins, who's on the call today and is our Director of External Affairs and Communications. And then Alexis joined the team in June. So that is really where we're at currently. I'm getting some very confusing sunlight dappling, aren't I? Well, so we're still very much in a ramp up period. And I really want to make that clear, that like where we are in terms of our ability to engage with things and to, you know, sort of be responsive to all of you and to, you know, frankly, all folks across the region is very bandwidth limited. We very much want to be in steady communication with folks, and Alexis has done a tremendous job of increasing our capacity there. But I can't, I always ask for a little bit of grace in all of these conversations as we staff to capacity with real clear intent on making sure that our approach truly is regional and that we are having that span and that depth. We are going to ramp up significantly between now and January 1st. And as that happens, you know, we will be steadily more engaged. Next slide, please. So our purpose, right? This is language from the ILA, but our purpose is really to coordinate all publicly funded work that touches people experiencing homelessness. And oftentimes in the conversation, that's referred to as the crisis response system. But essentially what that means is that we will take responsibility for everything that is not very upstream prevention work or essentially development work, right? So upstream prevention, right? The Affordable Housing Task Force, right, is part of that. It's also a little bit development. We also, for example, are not going to take responsibility for like wealth building in historically marginalized communities, right? That is a thing that has to happen, and we have to have strategies around it. But the authority is not responsible for coordinating that body of work. Similarly, we are not responsible for the development of affordable housing or of new permanently supportive housing or other supportive housing options. We are legislatively, actually, this is one of my fun roles, we are legislatively required to advocate for it. So I will often show up at meetings like the one that just happened and said, that's all right. And we should build more housing in the 0 to 30% AMI bracket. That is the thing that is going to get us out of the crisis that we're in. And we have to be having that conversation. But the authority itself will not lead on that development. Our role there is strictly advocacy. I also want to be really clear that, you know, our goal, right, is to provide this sort of consolidated and aligned services for folks experiencing homelessness across the country. But I do understand our role. I think a lot of people were concerned in the creation of the authority and you know, in thinking about who might come to lead it, that it might be a lot of sort of policy making via fiat, and that's simply not my style. And I want to be really clear that I understand our goal to be about building the vehicle that is this region's and this community's collective will, right? That's how we end homelessness. It actually isn't about developing a whole bunch of new approaches. We actually know how to do that. What we need is a collective place to put our will and our resources to make it happen. Next slide, please. So just so we're all on the same page administratively, the authority will assume control of the system on January 1. So on January 1, King County contracts and City of Seattle contracts, which combined represent the majority of the investment in the system currently. Although I want to be really clear, that is not totality, it is majority. We can have some more conversation about what totality looks like. Those will rotate to the authority for administration. Our intention at this point in time, and there is a sub 0% chance that this intention will change, is to essentially reissue contracts as they currently stand for 2022 as we prepare to rebid the whole system from top to bottom for 2023. But the amount of work necessary to do that whole system rebid is simply not possible between now and 22 in terms of developing an RFP, putting it out, getting the responses, scoring the responses, and then supporting providers and implementing it. We don't have that capacity at this point. So we will work to redesign the system in a collaborative fashion between really in the early part of 2022 for a sort of mid-year RFP, and then going into 2023, we will have a brand new system. Next slide, please. The last thing that I really want to touch on is just sort of what we are focused on beyond the administrivia of standing up an organization, which I think, you know, for those of us who have spent careers in government, honestly, some of the administrivia is still quite pressing and very stressful. But I think it's important, right, that we also be clear that that can't be the only thing that we're doing when we have a humanitarian crisis of this magnitude. And so we're really clear that there are things that we need to be driving towards that are outside of the cycle of our budget, that are outside of, you know, that 23 system rebid, that we really need to try to get stood up, frankly, as quickly as possible. And so we're trying to work with our partners in business, philanthropy, other public sectors to identify the fund sources to make this happen. Those three things are peer navigation. So the system fragmentation that we have is not actually uncommon across the country. And I've been part of a whole bunch of system integration efforts. And system integration efforts are many years of work, right? A true systems integration can take 5 to 10 years. That kind of change management exercise, however, is I don't believe, and I don't think my team believes, an acceptable timeline to have for people who are experiencing the outcomes that fragmentation generates, right? So what we need to do is pull that apart and say, we need to integrate the systems on the back end from an administrative perspective and from a policy perspective. But in the near term, we need to produce a different experience for people who are trying to utilize that system. We believe that the best path to that is by standing up a peer navigation workforce. I've done like a ton of work in substance use disorders and behavioral health and mental health broadly. Peer navigation is at this point a 25-ish-year-old model that is a best practice inside the sort of SAMHSA and behavioral health and sort of other sort of complex needs spaces. We have not really ever attempted to bring that to full scale in the homelessness sector. There are incredible programs that use peer navigation and frankly demonstrate the same results that we would expect by using an evidence-based practice, right? But bringing that to scale across the system is a different order of business and something that we feel is important in order to begin to produce a different experience and therefore different results for people. What we understand from people experiencing homelessness and what they've said again and again and again is that one of the things that shifts their outcomes and trajectories the most is having a consistent relationship with someone who they can trust to come to with significant difficulties. So we'll be looking to do that again as quickly as possible. The next thing is data. So I'm a psychiatric anthropologist, but I've been a social scientist for most of my career, using that in the policy space. I think it's important to know things so that you can then do things. To that end, our data in the homelessness space is very uneven and not well integrated. And so we need to really rapidly increase our ability to generate a by name list that is countywide and has granularity in it so that it's not just a list of names, but that it also begins to give us information on where are people, what are their needs, and do we have a plan for those needs, right? Like, and some of that I also believe will yield the actual information we need to understand what the delta is in our current budget and expenditures as a region versus what they would need to be if we were really going to end homelessness for everyone who's experiencing housing instability today, right? That is a calculable number, but we need to understand in a granular way what people need in order to make that calculation. I will also say, right, that the peer navigation and the data quality are related in that one of the reasons why we don't have great data in some instances right now is because people don't trust us enough to give it to us, right? And they don't have a relationship with anyone who they want to give all this very personal information to. And so, you know, if you go into, you know, given databases, there are lots of John Smiths and lots of, you know, Jane Joes and just like things that people will create on the spot to get access to the thing that they need right then and there. But if we're really going to get that quality data that we can trust, I think that there's a significant reason, again, to invest in a peer navigation workforce that can work with people to have that relational context. And then the final item in our catalytic portfolio is something that we're calling bridge housing, which is essentially the space, the bridge between shelter and a permanent designation, right? What we don't really have as a system, and I will be candid, this is not a unique problem. We mirror a lot of communities in this space. We don't have anything in that middle space, right? And so as a result, shelter becomes a destination rather than an immediate crisis response to something that is happening to you this week, right? And then what your permanent designation may be, whether it is a voucher, supportive housing, you know, some sort of combination of you know, funding streams to support you. Those things all have waiting lists, and sometimes those waiting lists, as we all know, are years long. And so if we don't have any sort of bridge housing, anything in the middle, right? What we are saying at a system level to people is, you're on a list, and while you're on that list, the place you can be is either in a shelter or outside. Like, those are the options, right? And that's not an acceptable solution from our perspective. We do need to have capacity to get people out of our sort of what I would consider to be our crisis waiting room and into something that is going to allow them to stabilize and frankly, connect with work, connect with community supports, connect with the things that we know often will help people stabilize and need less deep end support, right? Shelter as a program model is not well set up to do that, which is also part of the reason why we see such a high rate of decline sometimes from shelter, where people are saying, I would rather be outside because I can't, this is not going to provide the stability and support that I need. So we're really focused on identifying and scaling that kind of bridge housing capacity. And we're currently working with the Lived Experience Coalition, people experiencing homelessness, our provider community, and our business and philanthropic community to really flesh out the program model, the cost, how best to support, again, a pure workforce that can really make that engine go in order to stand that all up. But that constitutes the body of work that we see as separate and apart from the administrative stand-up and the total system rebid that we have identified as work to focus on in the immediate. And with that, I'll turn it to Alexis to drive the sub-regional planning conversation. Thank you all for your time.
Well, thank you, Mark. And hi, everyone. So happy to be with you tonight. Some of you may know me from my previous position at the Sound Cities Association. Tonight, I'm coming to you as a sub-regional planning manager with the Regional Homelessness Authority. And I am leading ongoing equitable engagement with local governments, stakeholders across each sub-region to identify needs and solutions, ensuring that sub-regional assets, needs, and interests are accounted for and in our plans tailored to each sub-region and within a broader countywide plan. And I'm in day 20 of this role, maybe 21, and just really excited to share with you all what we've been able to accomplish so far. So this I have been referring to as a skeleton of a plan, and this is something we wanted to get out into the universe just to get folks familiar with what they can kind of expect from us with regards to sub-regional planning. And within this skeleton, there are kind of 6 bones, if you will. And these are first to provide a landscape of services available to people experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness. Second, a description of our investments in funding into service response. Where are those dollars coming from? Where are they going? Third is narrative around what lived experience of homelessness is like and within each of our subregions and navigating our different response systems within each subregions. What does it mean to get a referral and get to said referral? The fourth piece is highlighting our gaps and needs around services that will largely be informed by what we find in parts 1, 2, and 3. The fifth piece is identifying action steps for all of our stakeholders. What are things we as the authority are going to do to address the gaps and needs? How can jurisdictions support? What is the role of business and philanthropy, as well as our service providers? And the last piece is around timelines. How can we get this work done? With regards to North King County, I've had the pleasure of engaging with the North Urban Human Services Alliance, as well as the North King County Coalition on Homelessness. They've allowed me time on their agenda to present, and the skeleton is something that has gone by both of those groups and they've weighed in on and provided tremendous feedback on. I've also engaged with our city staff from Shoreline, Lake Forest Park, Kenmore, Bothell, and Woodinville, as well as provider agencies such as Mary's Place, Kirkland North Shore Center, Lake City Partners, the Bothell United Methodist Church, our Radar Navigator program, and the Center for Human Services. That's specific to North King County engagement, but my scope of work is for the entire county. So just to give you a sense of just broader engagement to date, I've had contact with over 90 different organizations, providers, nonprofits, cities, 34 cities in total. I think that 135 people number is a little outdated at this point, but I've met with over 70 individuals representing 40 different organizations. And as you can see, just continuing to plow ahead and engage with as many stakeholders as possible. And to give you all a sense of timeline and what you can expect from my work, we're hoping to develop a snapshot report in September. We'd love the opportunity to come back to you all and present to you what we find in our snapshot report in September, with the goal of having draft plans completed and out in early 2022, with a final sort of sub-regional planning report done in March 2022. And some of the considerations for this timeline is robust and equitable engagement takes time. And further, we have a historic election cycle with a whole new suite of new elected officials coming on board. So just with regards to timing, it makes a little bit more sense to be presenting draft plans to the new councils with the new membership involved. Further, just current staffing levels right now. It's me doing some regional planning work, of course, with the support of Mark and Ann and our team, but I will have a sub-regional planning specialist coming on board to support me in this work. And further, the last kind of key piece of consideration is that we are expanding our scope of work to account for a new sub-regional plan, the Snoqualmie Valley. So recognizing that the Snoqualmie Valley is very distinct from the other East Side cities, homelessness and housing instability looks very different in the Snoqualmie Valley. And there's a need for a tailored approach to account for the unique needs of the Snoqualmie Valley. And I include this here because as we're looking at sub-regional approaches, we're trying to do this with a recognition that each of our sub-areas is unique and nuanced. And upon engaging with service providers, as well as folks with lived experience out in the Snoqualmie Valley, this need became really apparent to have a separate approach. And so just in summation, these are kind of the identified subregions and how where the different cities fall within each. So North King County, Shoreline, Lake Forest Park, Bothell, Kenmore, and Woodinville. And then we have East King County, Snoqualmie Valley, South King County. And you'll also see here, we're giving some thought to how we can account for our unincorporated areas of South King County, in particular White Center, Vashon Island, and Skyway, as well as looking at a Southeast King County distinction, given that it's a much more rural community over there. And lastly, Seattle. And so I'm actually going to kick it over to Mark or Ann if they'd like to discuss the interlocal agreement.
Hi, I'll pick this up. And I just want to take a quick minute to thank Councilmember Herbig for signing on to that op-ed with Councilmember Prince in support of the regional approach. So much appreciated on that. And following up on that, why sign on to an ILA? We think that signing on will demonstrate your commitment to a regional approach. We have as Mark sort of outlined, a clear systems transformation approach. We are looking to really make a difference here. I think that your jurisdictional funding will go a lot further as a result of coordination with the regional funding strategies, and it will be, it'll clarify your relationship with the regional authority. I think it'll also just be a signal to other jurisdictions that we're in this together and that the regional approach really is the solution that we're all looking for. So I don't have a lot of details on the sort of legal mechanics of how an ILA with Kenmore would work, but I do want to start the conversation, and we're hopeful that we will get multiple cities signing on. I know that Burien and Shoreline have both shown some interest, and I think that we have heard some interest from some of your members as well.
And that concludes our presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Mark, did you want to add anything?
No.
All right. Any questions?
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
There are no questions. There does not appear to be any. So thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Baker, sorry, I
yeah.
had my hand up. I was wondering if I could ask a few questions.
Sure.
I mean, at some point we'll need to know like more specifics about costs and what that will support and stuff. And so do you have any estimate as to like when we would hear back about more specifics?
I can take that. So the specifics of signing on to the ILA are jurisdictionally dependent. And so if you all had interest in signing on to the ILA, then we would begin the conversation that would yield those specifics. Essentially, subscribing jurisdictions to the ILA agree to take the portion of their local funding that supports folks experiencing homelessness, right? And essentially MSA it over to the authority for administration out of our centralized pots, right? And so with each jurisdiction, we have conversations about what becomes the authority's responsibility, what stays your responsibility, what the specific goals are, what the sort of aligning any jurisdictional metrics with our metrics, right? Like that whole conversation is really fleshed out in the process of walking down that road. I think that, we would be happy to, if that is information that you all would like, right? We can certainly begin that conversation and start like kicking the tires on it, so to speak, so that we can have a more nuanced conversation. But it really will be dependent on each jurisdiction.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I don't know if this is appropriate time to say then. I mean, I think a regional approach to this obviously makes a lot of sense. So I would be interested in further information.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Thanks, and thanks, team. This is exciting work. So, given that the ILA is jurisdictional specific, how does that relate to the sub-regional concept?
That's a great question. So I think that for this like first 2.5 year cycle, right? Like our work is going to be about sort of ground up and iterative alignment, right? As we frankly work to get better data on like what we should actually be aiming to get done, right? So what I would like to be able to say to you, and I can't right now, is this is the number of people that your jurisdiction has who are experiencing housing instability. These are the need profiles that we most commonly see. And so therefore the metrics for success for your community look like X, which aligns with our sub-regional strategies of Y and Z and rolls into our regional plan that is A, B, and C, right? Because that's just how good planning works. But at this point, we're not there. And so we're cycling towards it. What I would say is that at this point, ILA subscription for jurisdictions is likely to help us drive on, I think, two key things. One, getting to that capacity, and then two, beginning to unify the approaches across the region so that as we move, right, like that the movement is en masse and that we're able to measure efficacy and hold ourselves accountable, because we really are able to say, right, that like what is driving towards ending homelessness is being aligned through similar frameworks, even if, right, like in cycle one, that framework is we need to know more and we need to know better, right? So that would be my primary answer there. I think in addition though, right, and to be very clear, doing that work to know more and know better doesn't then mean that we are like sort of like stepping back from what is currently happening. So we will continue to administer the emergency response as it is currently structured, again, through 22. And then in 23 is when we'll do our whole system. I think that there are specific things though, right? As you likely just saw with Burien, there are developments that happen along the way that as we become the policymakers for the region in that space, we will play an active role in like looking at those things with an eye towards the future state that we want to see, right? So we will shortly oversee all of coordinated entry. And so we had to execute a letter saying that we supported some of the 30% local designation for the DESC center that was being developed there, right? Which is in line with our thinking about solutions being cited that can help support communities with the problems that are in their communities, right? So there will be, I think, some significant changes in some of the policy responses, even before we get to the granularity of, okay, now we really understand who's in your community, what they need, and so this is what we're doing.
Excellent. Yeah, that's what I was hoping you would say is we don't need to wait for the complete and perfect data. We won't have that, having been on that side of the world for many, many years. I just want us to move forward as we get data. Thank you.
Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. It's really important, this work, and I want to thank you for bringing it to us. I do believe in signing on to an ILA would be good for Kenmore. and our part in a regional model. But, you know, there's a saying, nothing about us without us. So I would want to make sure that there was a good, healthy plan that we were participating in, as well as the community who has the greatest need in our community. Those who are living in poverty and living, you know, below 40 and 30% of the mean, our seniors, our Black and Brown community, our ABD community, right? And our LGBTQ community, who also have a hard time finding housing due to discrimination. And so that being said, you know, part of the issues surrounding housing, as you're talking about going from shelter and connecting to programs and looking for those bridges, is once people do find some assistive next step, right? Signing on to workforce solutions, for example. There are workforce cities that are you know, better identified. Kirkland's one of them. We are not yet one of them. But that means you also recognize workforce funding when people receive that funding, so it can be included as housing income. And some of the biggest discriminatory factors happen when people are trying to go from their going from a shelter, going from a DV shelter to a workforce solution, and having federal funding, assistive funding, but then not being able to have it count towards what would be housing cost. This is a gap in the program, and some cities are addressing this. I would hope that this could be addressed as well.
Thank you, Councilmember. I don't know. I mean, some of that I think is policy specific to you all. I think that, like, to the extent that you know, I might offer a response, I would say that, like, one of the things that I've asked my team to look at through our Chief Program Officer is some of what you're describing, which taken en masse is often described as the cliff effect, right? Which is like where one subsidy ends and another has not failed to pick up. And so there's a significant structural gap. One of the things that, frankly, we have an opportunity in front of us, and even more of an opportunity the more communities join the ILA, is that our region spends a significant amount of our general fund dollars collectively to support people experiencing homelessness. I believe that we can maximize those investments with a slightly more choreographed understanding of where our state and federal subsidies do or do not pick up the tab, right? And then again, focusing on bridge, I'm a little of a bridge person, focusing on bridging those moments, right, with the funding that we supply locally, right?
Right.
And that, I think, is something that we are certainly very interested in pursuing with all of our flexible dollars. I think the other thing that I would say is that we are particularly interested, you know, from a policy perspective, about, as we think about things like work, as we think about housing broadly, right? We're really interested in understanding things through the lens of community. What we understand, right, is that what helps people stabilize in the experience of homelessness is reattaching to community, right? And oftentimes that reattachment happens sometimes through work, sometimes through, you know, friends and kinship networks, et cetera. But like that has to be part of how we approach it, again, through that relational perspective. So with that in mind, some of our initial internal policy conversations have largely been around, like, how do we approach workforce connection less as an economic conversation and more as a stabilization conversation, right? Like, because ultimately, right, like, if we are to, frankly, right, if we're ever going to drive towards self-sufficiency, the first thing that we need to be paying attention to is not how rapidly you attain economic self-sufficiency, it's actually how rapidly you can attain socio-emotional self-sufficiency, right? That is the most predictive element of, like, what's going to happen later. And so as a result, we're very interested in the conversations that have been happening over the last several years simultaneously in the workforce redesign, right? And figuring out how we might as we get our legs, right, look to partner with that system in a more robust way and inside the transformation that has been ongoing in that space.
Thank you. I really appreciate these human-centered approaches. They're really important in reducing barriers that people feel and experience socially, economically, and racial or culturally that otherwise have been dividing us or contributing to this. So the next question I have is really for our attorney. Does our attorney have any recommendations or directions for the council to hear tonight on this issue? You're muted.
I noticed that. Sorry. Council member File, I do not at this time. I think this was more of a presentation with information. If the council wants in their own rules, to bring back a topic, they have the opportunity and procedures to do so. But other than that, I really don't have any substantive comments on this.
Thank you. Then I'd like to make a motion to bring back this topic to an upcoming meeting at a later time.
Second.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Well, I support the motion. This is not the time or place for it. The time and place for this is during council comments and initiatives at the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Herbig. I'd be happy to move the conversation to the more appropriate venue.
So in the meantime, we do have a motion and a second on the table. Would you want to withdraw them?
I'd like to table it until the end of the business meeting when we can discuss it then. Would that work with everybody?
All right. Any other questions? Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you very much.
Thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having us. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. All right, next item on the agenda is council comments, and we want to welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, council cannot engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. All comments must be addressed to the mayor and city council. Please use the raise hand feature if you wish to speak. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we confirm we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record and keep your comments to the allotted time. Your time cannot be granted to another, and your clock time will not be reset unless there are extenuating circumstances and the presiding officer has expressly allowed it. Screen sharing is not allowed. You can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. Please do not comment about pending development projects, which the council will make future decisions on, as those are quasi-judicial matters. And council members must limit their communications about such matters. This meeting is being recorded, and thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Will the clerk please call the first person?
Thank you, Mayor Baker. At this time, I just want to make one final call. If you'd like to give public testimony today, please raise your hand now. And I think we will start with, David Morton. Stand by.
Good evening, council members. I'm David Morton. I live near Redmond. The odor of asphalt fumes frequently permeates the air downwind of the Cadman asphalt plant in Kenmore. These unpleasant nuisance odors are caused by chemicals that evaporate at the asphalt plant. Tank trucks deliver petroleum binders to the plant, and this hazardous material is heated to high temperatures and mixed with aggregate, causing tons of hazardous, toxic, and carcinogenic chemicals to be evaporated into the air. Cadman's antique facility is not equipped to prevent the release of these hazardous air pollutants. Who determines whether Cadman's chemical fumes and odors are a nuisance? Is it the people who live, work, and play in the area affected by Cadman's stench? People whose homes are engulfed in the poisonous, choking clouds of toxic and carcinogenic chemical vapors are saying that the odors are an unpleasant nuisance. PSCAA's stated mission is clean, healthy air for everyone, everywhere, all the time. They say, quote, "We work together to clean the air we breathe. Every day we work to protect public health and improve neighborhood air quality, monitoring for air pollution throughout our region and regulating businesses that have the potential to cause air pollution," end quote. PSCAA has received numerous complaints from people affected by Cadman's stench. You might think that PSCAA uses sophisticated instrumentation to detect nuisance odors and hazardous air pollution. Although the agency spends $10.2 million a year on salaries, wages, and benefits, less than $100,000 a year is spent on scientific equipment. The agency relies on the ability of their inspectors to smell nuisance odors during a single brief annual visit to the asphalt plant. If the odors are not a nuisance to the inspector, then the inspection report might say something like, quote, "A level 2 or higher odor was not detected at that time," end quote. If you thought that PSCAA's method for nuisance odor inspections involved sensitive monitoring devices, the reality is that inspections are carried out by a person using their nose to sniff the air. Cadman's asphalt plant in Kenmore generates odors, pollution, and fumes, and imposes these negative externalities on people outside Cadman's property. Kenmore's zoning code is supposed to minimize that sort of land use, and PSCAA should ensure that asphalt plants use uncut performance-grade asphalt cement. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Myers.
Am I on yet?
You are. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Jim Myers, and I've been a resident of Kenmore for 26 years now. I would like to provide comments on the ongoing permitting process for the Cadman asphalt plant. As you all know, there have been numerous complaints regarding odors being emitted from the asphalt plant, beginning long before it was owned by Cadman. But a number of citizens, David Morton included, are more concerned about the untested releases of compounds that pose a potential health risk. I hope I am not being overly optimistic, but I am encouraged by the presentation to be given by Cascadia Law Group this evening. Specifically, there may be testing of emissions from the facility for volatile organic compounds, nitrous oxide, carbon monoxide, and particulates. Our health concerns are immediate. The longer-term fate of this facility and its compatibility with the downtown area are for future discussions. And of course, in addition, the ultimate development of Lake Point as a residential area next to this facility would also seem inappropriate. It appears that Kenmore has already submitted comments to PSCAA regarding Cadman's permit, and I certainly encourage the city to continue to use whatever resources it can muster to protect the health of Kenmore's citizens and to provide transparency on this process as a way of building public trust. So please don't let us down. Thank you.
Thank you. David, just David.
I think that's me. Hi there, can you hear me?
Oh, hello again. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi there. Hi, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is David Dorian. I'm a resident of Kenmore. As you know, I'm very supportive of the council's mission to put diversity, equity and inclusion front and center and to see all issues through a lens of diversity, equity and inclusion. And I wanted to bring two matters to light this evening that are coming up in, I've got very little time. That I don't think it reset. That are coming up in very soon in time. So one of them, the first one being the student resource officers. So my understanding is that the council has removed funding for student resource officers from the North Shore School District, but North Shore School District is intending to bring back the student resource officer program. I don't think that fits with our values as a community around diversity, equity, and inclusion. SROs are known to be very detrimental to the life of the campus, specifically for communities that are have been historically oppressed in the United States and continue to be. A report published by the Justice Policy Institute in 2011 concluded that placing student resource officers and other police in educational institutions exaggerates school misbehavior, much of it involving minor infractions, and interpreted to the extent that such activities are treated as criminal offences, and that leads to children ending up in the juvenile justice system who have no place in that system. Further than that, there have been studies where, for example, in the district of McKinney in Texas, where Black students accounted for only 13% of the population, they made up 39% of arrests by McKinney student resource officers. This isn't about individual police officers. This is about structural and systemic racism. So you could have an anti-racist police officer, but still existing within a system that has historically been structurally and systemically racist, and that's what we're trying to counter. So I would just encourage the council on that point to continue to withhold funds from that program, and also to leverage any points of discussion or points of leverage that there are over the school district to encourage them to not reinstitute the program in this coming school year. We don't want to make our campuses a place where children risk the threat of arrest and incarceration. For safety, which is often brought up, physical security and access management is more important, and we see things like outside of schools as well, the reduced speed zones, flashing strips and signs around schools. I understand that some students of Inglemoor were recently hit by a car coming out from around the school, and that's something we'd want to obviously think about funding rather than funding student resource officers. The other thing, again, not related to any individual police officer or even our police department, it's about structural and systemic racism. The National Night Out Against Crime is something that is going to be connected to the City Council and our downtown area there. I would challenge the councillors to think strongly about how we proactively make that something that is inclusive, when we know that communities feel oppressed and feel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dorian. Okay. Your time is up. Vicki Grayland, followed by Brienne Gilbert.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members. I'm Vicki Grayland, and I live in Kenmore. Since last year's September smoke event, when the Cadman asphalt plant continued to operate, many Kenmore citizens have been trying to solve the problem of air emissions from the plant. We went to Susan Delbenny's office for help, and her aide, Kelly Marquardt, went to the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency for answers and was told only Jay Inslee's office can shut down this plant during a smoke event. But they never gave her a name or a contact email or phone number. I went to PSDAA's board meetings for months asking for the name. Then I finally asked my friend Google and found a page of regional liaisons on Governor Inslee's website. The one for King County is Simon Vila. When I first wrote to him and invited him to a citizens group meeting to plan for the next smoke event, Mr. Vila asked if we had contacted Cadman. Well, we had. And they told us they were following the law. I sent Mr. Vila email addresses I had from Cadman. Then Mr. Vila said he wouldn't do anything without checking in with the Department of Ecology. So I sent Mr. Vila the email that DOE sent us in September 2020, which told us that DOE had given its authority to Puget Sound Clean Air Agency, which of course had given its authority to Jay Inslee. Mr. Vila has not responded to that email. Since my first email, we have had a horrible heat wave, during which, of course, the asphalt plant continued to operate. So we have a circle of public employees who won't take seriously their responsibility to protect the health of Kenmore citizens. We're just a wind shift away from our next smoke event, and only the citizens are taking action to alleviate suffering. I invite City Council members to contact me if they have any suggestions on how to proceed. Deputy Mayor Herbrick has already offered his help, and I appreciate that. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Grayland. Brianne Gilbert.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for letting me speak on this topic. I visited with you guys last week, or excuse me, during the last meeting in regards to my son being hit in the crosswalk in front of Inglemoor High School. He was crossing there on what was a walking sign, a green walking sign, allowing him to cross, and a car did not slow down or even see the stoplight and went right through it. And my son barely got out of the way, getting the back of his ankle nicked by the tire, and his shoe went flying off into the bushes, showing how fast the car was going, and barely made it out of the way. So as a result of this, I shared it with the community and had several people reach out to me talking about all the various incidents that they have experienced there at that intersection. I am also a former employee of Inglemoor High School and saw so many close calls at that very intersection. And I'm just really shocked that something hasn't been done as of now. So what I'm suggesting is cameras. I think that cameras are crucial at that intersection when the majority of the population at Inglemoor is brand new drivers still learning the ways of the road. Flashing crosswalk signals. We could even do, a raised speed bump, or just those little bumps with the lights that only light up when pedestrians are crossing. I think that would make a huge difference in visibility for our students. And also the vegetation, the line of sight at that intersection is horrible. I'm sure we are all well aware of that. And they have cleaned it up a little bit on one side of the street. But we definitely need to get that cleared out so that kids can be more visible. And then last but not least, I am so surprised that we do not have a school zone. We have no lowered speed limit in front of Inglemoor High School with the population of close to 1,800. It's crazy to me, especially living 2 blocks from the high school. We definitely need a lowered school zone there in front of the high school. So if there's any more questions that I can answer about the incident, and I'm more than happy to do everything and anything that it takes to get some of these ideas up and running. And I just pray that we can get it done before September, when school is back in session full-time in person. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dila Pereira, followed by Elizabeth Mooney. Dila Pereira.
Hi there.
Hello.
Just getting on camera.
We can hear you.
Mayor Baker, Deputy Mayor Herbig, and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to seek your support for the renewal of Best Starts for Kids. I am a volunteer for the campaign, and part of the reason I'm volunteering is that I'm also the executive director of a nonprofit that helps us promote the health and well-being of pregnant people, babies, and toddlers up to age 2. And we work throughout King County, including in Kenmore. I have personally seen the impact of Best Starts for Kids and how it's amplified the reach and impact of programs like ours and other programs throughout the county, which provide home visits and services to families. And before the pandemic, we did it in person, and during the pandemic, we did it virtually, and our services are needed now more than ever. Best Starts for Kids strengthens the safety net throughout King County at just the right moment. It has helped so far nearly 500,000 children and youth who have benefited from its programs. Over 24,000 healthcare providers and other essential workers were also supported by BSK. And I am certain that the ability of our children and youth in our communities to weather the COVID-19 pandemic is greater because of the services and support that Best Starts for Kids has helped to provide. That's why it's essential that we renew Best Starts for Kids and why we are seeking your support for something that's effective, evidence-based, and maintains and expands community-led programs that help young people succeed at every stage of life. Renewing Best Starts for Kids also expands school-based programs like school-based health programs and mental health supports. And I know that North Shore School District is one district that has benefited from Best Starts for Kids support. This is really important to help address the alarming increase in youth depression and other behavioral health concerns that have arisen during the pandemic. And that includes groundbreaking programs that help LGBTQ+ youth, as well as programs for children as young as those in middle school, which is some of the students that are being helped here in Kenmore. The renewal also continues outreach and partnerships for pregnant and parenting families so that babies and children have a stronger start in life. And one of the things that I'm most excited about is that the renewal will also help to provide 3,000 low-income families with access to childcare. This is especially critical for economic recovery, family stability, and gender equity, especially for moms who left the workforce during the pandemic. In addition, levy dollars have already helped over 10,000 families avoid homelessness. And renewal will continue rental assistance and other critical homelessness prevention strategies. Partners like HopeLink, Youth Eastside Services, Friends of Youth, and others have helped to prevent homelessness. And one thing that I know as a group is we also need your support. Thank you, and I hope you vote to support the renewal of the levy.
Elizabeth Mooney.
Hi, Anastasia. I just don't see that I'm on.
We see you.
Great, thank you. My name's Elizabeth Mooney. I live in Kenmore, and I want to support what what Vicki Grayland said, Jim Myers, and David Morton. I would like to cover 3 things. They all have to do with environmental protection. At Lake Point, at Chechaldis Squire Landing, and at the Cadman Glacier Northwest Park, AKA Cal Portland. I want to encourage you to look at water, sediments, and air. And I know that Dennis McLaren is going to be speaking tonight. I just want to let you know, as far as the air goes, I appreciate that the city has Cascadia coming tonight, but I want to say what we do not want is incremental results in our city. We already have toxic problems. We need bold action. Think protecting our shoreline as a whole, air, water, sediments. We have toxins. So I know our mayor said that we're not supposed to talk about pending development projects. I want the whole community to know that that does not mean that we cannot talk to council about existing toxic sites. Some members of city council last week asked me to send more information about Lake Point, which is also at the lake and known also by Department of Ecology as Kenmore Industrial Site. That is an existing toxic site. They are apparently not in compliance with what they were supposed to be testing in 2019. Neighboring Lake Point, AKA Kenmore Industrial Site, is the asphalt plant land. The owner is Glacier Northwest, or is it Cal Portland? They rent from Cal Portland, lease from Cal Portland. What we need is our city to get out of its toxic burden. We have way too much lack of a system to protect even our citizens. In Dennis McLaren's Cascadia report tonight, I think it says something that there is a diminished odor complaint. I asked Kate Donaldson tonight. She said, on Mondays when I have been at the office, there have been 2 or 3 over the last couple of months that I've definitely noticed the wretched stench. And then I said, well, why don't you complain? It's too difficult. It's not worth my time. And the time spent, I'm not even sure it gets to the right people. We need action. Asphalt plants should not be in residential areas They should be mobile. Let's think globally, think about climate change, and get Kenmore to be the most environmentally friendly. What's good for the salmon is good for people.
Thank you very much. Janet Hayes, followed by Patrick O'Brien and Stacy V.
Before we go on, City Attorney, could you please comment?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may ask for a deferral, and I think I will provide comments at the end of public comment. Is that appropriate?
Certainly, that's just fine.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay. I want to thank everybody that has spoken, all, and especially David Morton, Elizabeth, Vicki, Jim. They're the ones that keep us running, and myself, I might add, but and paying attention. This is for the City Council and Mayor. I don't appreciate the scripting of your agenda for tonight. I will read one sentence or two. Air quality issues associated with the operation of the Cadman asphalt plant has been a concern of several citizens for many years, possibly as far back and prior to the city's incorporation in 1998. That would discourage anyone who might be hesitant already to speak out. I believe that several is two and just a few more. It's 2 to 4 in one of the definitions, which is, I didn't appreciate it. I've been researching on this since 2009. And there aren't a several. There are not several people working on it or citizens. There are a lot of people that you've heard in the past, you're hearing now, and you'll hear in the future if something isn't done. We need to know what we're breathing. This other part of the problem is that we only have 3 minutes to speak. And the fact that we have a huge agenda with things that are important there that we can't speak on because we're limited to 3 minutes. I would appreciate and hope that the city will start having city hall meetings again. People weren't afraid to speak. They weren't only given 3 minutes. It's very important to begin that again. We had lots of involvement by the community. And there's a reason why everyone's hiding there, and it's mostly staff. Please get someone to edit those agendas and maybe shorten them a little or pick and choose correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick O'Brien.
First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for taking public comments. And second, I'd like to know why we have so many streaming faults and compression, primarily during public comment. It's almost like it's planned. I'd like to see us get a new mayor. I think our mayor likes to put a gag order on the citizens of Kenmore. He's a bully. We know he's a bully. He's been written up as a bully. And he will not let people speak freely and present the information they have that is scientific in many cases to the general public as well as the city council. It's one thing to send it to the city council who may or may not read it. It's another thing to invigorate the rest of the public. And you are gagging the citizens of Kenmore, Mr. Mayor, and it's time for you to go hit the trail, get down the road, because you've been in that office for far too long. So please resign. Do us a favor. Let's find some new leadership that'll actually take us into a time period where we can enact Pioneer Washington State versus Pioneer Towing, where they stipulated the testing of the 13 wells, where we know there's contamination, where we know that there's been activity to ensure the public health and remediate that site. You have spent millions, Mr. Baker, on a failed plan to build things on a site that has been condemned by the Washington State Court. And everybody that takes a serious look at that property, here we go, more time compression. Everybody that takes a serious look at that property knows it's a tar baby, and they won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. And yet you're on top of the pile insisting that permits be extended, that some great idea is going to happen where humans are going to be able to use that property. That is a lethal property. And if you were to do the testing, you would know that. We would all know that. But instead, you sit there and you belittle the people that want to see real progress in this town. And we're sick of you and sick of your attitude. So please take the time to reflect on the investments that you've made in your own wife's paddling club and things like that, and know that you're no longer needed or appreciated here. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Stacy Valenzuela.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. Many of our residents would like the city of Kenmore to show with their actions support that they are environmental stewards and that our residents' health and environmental concerns are a priority. Kenmore has the opportunity to shine if they preserve Tall Ochadiz Park, formerly Squires Landing, as a natural habitat, only removing the invasive plants, replacing with native plants, use gravel or environmentally friendly materials, no cement or asphalt, and avoid any root or limb disturbance over the 100-year cedar trees and protect the canopy and the wetland area. This park is used by so many wildlife species that thrive on our ecosystems at this location. Our residents completed 3 separate surveys at our parks in 2019. All 3 had the same. Our residents' first choice of priority was natural habitat and trails. Nowhere did they request a boathouse or cementing of our parks. Some of the residents even stated that they would not have voted for waterways and walkways bond if these projects were listed properly. As well as the public land should be used for the public, the majority of the residents. These lands and buildings should not have control over private clubs. It should be the city should be control. There is also confusion concerning Kenmore industrial land contamination. Cleanup should be the priority enforcement of the city of Kenmore and our state. Additionally, we have concerns about the asphalt plant that, along with the cement plant, causes sickness in our residents, whether it be asthma or cancer. Are the cleanest processing by law being used? We need the action to protect our residents. Kenmore residents have been pleading with the city, PSCAA, the state, and King County leaders to help with local testing and enforcement of clean processes in our community for years. Both state and national environmental policy acts call for review and analysis of direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts of proposed actions on public health and safety. A primary stated purpose of the State Environment Policy Act, RCW 43.21A 010, is to stimulate the health and welfare of human beings, as well as to provide that needs will place an increasing responsibility on all segments to regulate the utilizations of our natural resources. I'm going to run out of time here. That will protect and conserve our clean air, our pure waters, and the natural beauty of our state. Additionally, local health jurisdictions in Washington have the ability to call for special studies. We hope you will call for the Department of Ecology to test the emissions, as well as for the Washington State Department of Health to perform a health impact assessment.
Nancy at Glenwood Gardens, followed by, I believe, Phyllis Finley. Nancy?
Okay. Sorry.
Hello.
I'm here. Thank you.
We can hear you.
This is Nancy Hansen from Kenmore to City Council. I'm concerned about the boat clubs connected to 2 of the parks projects. After looking up similar paddling clubs and organizations similar to the Kenmore Waterfront Activity Center, I'm seeing that most are listed as nonprofits, but in addition to that, many are actually run as private clubs or businesses, or sometimes both. I'm concerned that the city is spending $41,000 per year of taxpayer money to fund one of the 3 boat clubs that have been meeting at Tlaquete's Park. There are a lot of thoughts about privatization of public spaces, but most I've seen is that it separates communities more than bringing them together, and that people are easily left out. I know that even though I enjoy waterfront access, I do not like joining clubs. I like to join a tour, maybe led by a knowledgeable person, or go for a walk, whatever. But it's something I might be interested in, but I don't like being tied to a club, which is not a choice for many people. So that's all I'm going to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Finley, Phyllis Finley. Or just Finley? Finley?
There we go. Yep, gotcha. Good evening. I have 4 questions tonight after listening to other comments. How can it be that some businesses in Kenmore are allowed to continue to operate without a valid permit? How can that be? How can it be that a business can continue to spew toxic emissions without any scientific or technological equipment to monitor it? A nose doesn't qualify. How can that be? How can it be that the city of Kenmore could even contemplate developing a known toxic site? We have financial problems already, remember? How can that be? And finally, how can it be that the city of Kenmore seems unable to get any kind of an effective response from the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency? How can it be? Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Baker, I see no additional hands.
Anybody else wishing to speak? Anybody else wishing to speak? Thank you all for your comments tonight. They're really appreciated by the council, and we need to hear them. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
Mayor Baker, would you like to hear from our city attorney?
Yes. Thank you for that reminder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was waiting in case that there is additional comments that I would need to address. I just wanted to identify that those comments that you provided prior to public comments was really a reminder to the council and the public to limit any public comments relating to future development of private property, especially when this council will make decisions on those development proposals, because such matters are quasi-judicial and very specific procedures attached to that type of a matter. To ensure fair and objective procedures and decisions, the city, again, is asking the public not to discuss very specific future development proposals, as there will be opportunities, written public hearings for such comments. There is a nuance, a subtle nuance with future development proposals and existing property. I do agree there is one commenter who noted that, for example, Before you on your agenda tonight, there is going to be a discussion of the Cadman property and the enforcement that's being considered, reviewed by the PSCAA, the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency. That is an existing property with an existing enforcement issue. So that is an appropriate topic for public comment and for the council to consider and discuss tonight. There's a nuance, however. I also heard from the comments of just simply throwing out the word and Lake Point, and we need, I believe it was consider water, sediments, and air. I think that's also a fair topic for existing. The concern is that that's also a topic for the future development. And so, at least for now, and maybe I can reach out to Miss Mooney offline to maybe flesh out a little bit more of what that intent was. But I think those are such vague comments that I really don't know how to address those other than say, let's hold off on talking about the Lake Point to the effect it impacts a development proposal reviewed by this council. And then I can work with Ms. Mooney offline again to see what exactly the intent of her comments were.
Councilmember Shrubnik, you've got a question for City Attorney?
I do. I'm well aware, you've made us very well aware that we are not to discuss the future development at that site. 2 points of clarification. One is my understanding that what Cadman is operating off of is not that site. They're separate owners completely. So that's one. And the second is the fact that we cannot discuss. I just want to make sure I understand. Are you also saying that somehow this is muzzling our residents from talking at us? Because that's something quite different.
So, excellent question. It's not really the word muzzling. So there is a doctrine called the appearance of fairness. It's a state doctrine. And what the intent of it is to provide an objective, fair process for decisions that impact private individuals. Again, it's just like you're a judge, right?
Yeah.
And so let me finish I'm giving you that bigger picture to better answer your question. So when a matter goes to a judge really has a process to hear about those issues, concerns. A judge doesn't hear about a court case when they're picking up coffee or when they're in the supermarket or even at a public meeting. They have to segregate that topic because that's a court case. Well, you are actually quasi-judicial officers with that same mind frame. So the public should refrain from talking about a future development that you as a decision maker need to consider under the laws and codes you've adopted. There's plenty of opportunity for that comment, but the reason we ask them not to is because there's plenty of opportunity for objections then. And we really just want, again, have a clean, fair process. So I don't think it's a fair thing to say muzzle. And in fact, the state law provides kind of a safety valve. For example, if you receive an email about a future development proposal, such as Lake Point, you can immediately say, of course, I cannot discuss this, but then you send it to the city and it's made a part of the record. So ultimately, you do see those comments. It's just not the time now. So I know that was a very long-winded answer, but I hope that answered your question.
It's sort of. I just have one very nuanced point. I mean, what we've been told in the past is that communications essentially ex parte, in other words, on the phone, on the sidewalk, etc., are not allowed. Got it. But I mean, we're in a public meeting right now. recorded. So
Correct.
everything is on the record. So I'm
Correct.
sure
But
why that would be problematic.
but the applicant's not here. So ex parte isn't just mean public. It means the other side's not also present.
Got it. Okay.
But you did know we're not gonna, I'm not gonna gavel them down. I'm not gonna stop someone from commenting. I'm requesting that they work within the process that we're required to provide.
Okay. Got it. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Member O'Kane?
I heard very clearly what you said. I personally have real strong concerns with the direction that we've been given, because how is the public going to create awareness around what are considered to be legitimate concerns on those properties without speaking in a forum that's open to our public? And I personally think limiting that, I'm going to need a sidebar or a conversation outside of this meeting to better understand it, because I want to hear from the public what we need to be considering as we are looking at this. Anyway, I just have to say, I have such a strong reaction to the direction. I wanted to make sure I said it out loud, because I want to be a member of this body working accordingly. And I want to make sure that our community has a fair opportunity to share their concerns and know that they're heard.
So Councilmember O'Kane, and I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have cut you off right then.
Yeah.
I do hear that. I hear the emotion and I hear the frustration, and I do understand that. But again, you as a council member have two hats. That's really the difficulty. You are legislators. You are, you are politicians elected to do what you believe is right. But in addition to that, where you legislate for a wide general populace, you do have decisions that you make that impact one or two individuals, entities, if you will. And so with that, to further discuss with you just kind of the legal risks and address your concerns, I do recommend we go offline to give more of this discussion. I'm happy to do so with any of the council. To go back to Councilmember Shrevenick's words, the public has every opportunity to talk to itself, to talk with staff, absolutely, to talk with the applicant. What we're trying to preserve is you as the ultimate decision makers to not be a part of that process until it's at the end of the process. So they have other avenues to talk about any proposal, actually, but at this point it really cannot be with you, the council as a whole. And then I'm sorry, I've taken up a lot of time, and I do see Councilmember File though.
Member File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. So just to be clear, councils cannot act as judge and jury, because that also too is a quasi-judicial issue. And councils have gotten in trouble for those kinds of actions. So I understand we're being very clearly directed to be fair and in fairness doctrine, because we're going to be likely considering a contract that will come before us in the future. We just have to hit the pause button on these issues. But our public is protected by First Amendment rights, the freedom of speech, and they can address issues and concerns freely. And those rights are inalienable rights. So I wouldn't want to cross into a territory of interrupting a freedom of speech issue or display. And that being said, I think we have just such a finite area that we shouldn't be superseding our public. But I think it's just a really fine area. I think we are allowed to be restricted. I don't know that we can restrict necessarily a public on their freedom of speech rights, their basic First Amendment rights.
So again, much like any meeting and the decorum of a meeting, we are simply requesting that the public comply with the process. We're requesting for their cooperation. I don't believe anyone, again, gavelled anyone down, told them not to talk. Again, we want to provide a fair and objective process for the public, for the applicant, and for the council ultimately who makes the decision. So I don't think that moving forward that we would, again, I'm a lawyer, sorry, gavel people down or interrupt them. I will interrupt the public if they start to speak about an election that isn't properly noticed. I'm required to do that under the PDC. That is not the same as what we're doing here.
Thank you. I really appreciate that distinction and that difference, because a request and a requirement are different. And, subsequently, protecting freedom of speech is protected that way. So thank you. I really appreciate that. Mayor Baker, and it's 9 o'clock. We've been going for 2 hours. Before we continue, maybe we take a quick short break.
Yeah.
Everybody want to take a break? Keep going.
I just had one question for
Yes.
our city manager, our city attorney. I feel like maybe some of the questions that I had wanted to ask during the next presentation have been limited based on direction. So I think I'll just call you, or we're going to I don't want to get into an area of concern based on what I think our role on the council is in seeking information regarding properties that we're talking about. So I think
and I'll stop you now, just because I think
I
just definitely work offline on any of those legal questions that you have.
Okay.
All right. So let's go ahead and take 5. All right, everybody back? We're still waiting on Councilmember O'Kane, Marshall. There's Councilmember O'Kane, Marshall, and Kugler. Well, we do have more than we have a quorum here. Let's go ahead and call the meeting back to order. And next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the consent agenda say aye.
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 Opposed? Consent agenda stands approved by the members present. Next item on the agenda is the business agenda. Ordinance number 21-530, authorizing bonds related to developing, constructing, improving walkways and waterways project, presented by Finance Administration Director Leticia Saucedo and Deanna Gregory of Pacifica Law Group, Bond Counsel.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The item before you is the first reading of the bond ordinance for the issuance of series number 2 of the unlimited tax general obligation bonds. Just a brief history, a ballot measure was approved on November 2016 by our voters for a special levy to help pay for the issuance of $19.7 million in bonds. And those are unlimited tax general obligation bonds. Those funds from the bond proceeds to be used for projects to fund walkways and waterway projects, sidewalk and pedestrian bicycle safety improvements on Juanita Drive and 68th Avenue, waterfront access improvements, and then improvements to Log Boom Park, Rhododendron Park, and then Tlawadi's Landing Park. In December of 2016, the first series of bonds was issued in the amount of $9.2 million. And then fast forward to 2021, we're ready to issue Series 2 in the amount of $10 million to continue to fund and pay for these improvements and projects. Our team is comprised of our financial advisor, Mr. Justin Monwai, Senior VP of Piper Sandler and Company, and then our bond counsel, Deanna Gregory of Pacifica Law Group. We will have a presentation by our financial advisor, and then a review, an explanation of the ordinance you'll be approving by Deanna Gregory. And then we will be happy to answer any questions you may have. Justin?
Thank you, Leticia. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I am Justin Monway with Piper Sandler and the financial advisor to the city. Let me go ahead and try this shared screen right now. Let's see, share. Can we see the screen here?
Yes.
Okay, great. So Leticia basically did the quick overview of the bond issuance, but I'll talk about the bond issuance and current market conditions. So just as Leticia said, back in 2016, voters of the city authorized authorized $19,750,000 of unlimited tax general obligation bonds to finance the walkways and waterways projects. The first series was in the amount of $9,750,000, and that was issued in 2016, right after the certification of the election. So these bonds coming up now, this is the second series of the authorization in the amount with a remaining balance of $10 million. So when the first series of bonds were issued in 2016, interest rates were quite a bit higher than where they are now. And as you can see in the graph, the goal was to structure the debt with overall level debt service. So with the issuance in 2016, we front loaded the debt with the expectation of backloading the debt for the second series. Initially, the plan was to issue the second series in 2019, but it was pushed back by a couple of years because the city didn't need the additional proceeds at that time. So the city was still, because the city was still spending the proceeds from the first issuance. So that's why you see that dip in debt service in 2020 and 2021. If interest rates were the same today as they were in 2016, the orange bars would be at about that $1.2 million level where the front loaded blue bars are at. But because interest rates are lower now than where they were in 2016, we're looking at overall annual debt of just under 1.1 million if market conditions remain stable between now and when we're scheduled to go into the market in early September. So I will move on. Unless there are any questions here, I can move on to the next slide. Okay. So this is a graph of the 20-year interest rate on AAA rated bonds. That's the highest rating category. And incidentally, the city of Kenmore is rated AAA. So that's something to be very proud of. And as you can see, we're at near historically low interest rates. The historical low was about a year ago when the 20-year rate was at 1.08%, and right now we're at 1.15%. Back when these when the 2016 bonds were issued, it was at 3.15%. So as you can see, we're 2 percentage points lower than where we were back then. So this is a great time to issue bonds. When the economy is not doing great, that's when bonds thrive. Bonds are considered a safe haven. It's a flight to quality. So, so as you can see earlier in the year, as the economy started to open up, interest rates started to, this is in the inset, the 1 year snapshot, you could see interest rates had gone up quite a bit. But with the spread of the Delta variant, that has sparked some investor concerns over economic growth, and it's sent global stocks lower. And on the flip side, the value of bonds have increased, which means the interest rates have decreased. So not that we want the economy to struggle, but we also do want low interest rates for when these bonds are issued in early September. So we'll see what happens over the next month and a half, and hopefully we'll remain at low interest rate and the very low interest rate environment that we're currently in. And as far as the schedule of events, first reading today, the second reading is scheduled for July 26th, and hopefully that's when the council will approve the bond ordinance. Assuming it gets approved, the bonds will be scheduled to go into the market on September 8th, and then on September 22nd is when the bonds will close and when the city will receive bond proceeds. With that, are there any questions?
Questions? I'm not seeing any. So thank you all. Letitia, is that the presentation?
Ms. Deanna, are you there?
I am here. I'd be happy to speak to the ordinance.
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Happy to. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Deanna Gregory. I'm a partner with Pacifica Law Group. We serve as bond counsel to the city. And in front of you tonight is for your consideration for first reading is, of course, the bond ordinance, which authorizes the issuance of the bonds that have been discussed so far. These are the completion bonds, as Justin mentioned, to the voter approval for the projects that were approved in the ballot measure a couple of years ago. When this ordinance goes for your consideration on the 26th, it will be the only action that this council will be asked to take with respect to the issuance of these bonds. This ordinance authorizes the bonds to be issued so long as the bonds can be structured in a way and are sold in a manner that is consistent with this ordinance. So long as that can happen, the bonds can be issued and the bond purchase contract can be signed, and the bonds will be sold to D.A. Davidson. So there's another party involved in this overall financing that is not here tonight, and that is the bond purchaser. All the bonds will be purchased by the bond purchaser pursuant to this bond purchase contract, and then ultimately sold to the ultimate investors on the secondary market. But I do want to draw your attention to section 12, which is the section that outlines the parameters that so long as the bonds are structured and sold in a way that satisfy those parameters, we will not be required to come back to council. If those parameters cannot be met, the bonds will not be sold, and we will have to come back for additional approval from you all. So the parameters that are included in this document are that the not to exceed principal amount, the not to exceed interest rate, so a true interest cost, which is the ultimate, at the end of the day, interest rate that the city will be paying, and final maturity, and then just other sale parameters. The delegation lasts for, or is effective, I should say, for 270 days after the effective date of the ordinance. Again, if the market goes sideways and the bonds cannot be structured to fit within these parameters in section 12, we will, or if the time period lasts too long, which we don't expect, as you saw in the schedule that Justin just showed, we will be back to the council for additional approval. Other than that, the bond ordinance, I'm sure, looks a lot like the one that was adopted when you did the first tranche of bonds under this bond authorization, and sets out the terms and the conditions and other pledge and other provisions for the benefit of bondholders. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have on the ordinance.
Any questions? I'm not seeing any. Ms. Salcido, is there anything else?
No, that completes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. We will certainly be looking forward to next week with bated breath. All right.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is Cascadia Law Group. The asphalt report presented by Cascadia Law Group and Community Development Director, Ryan Hampson. Mr. Hampson.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity for us to update you on a pretty important topic. Before I introduce our group here, I just want to give a little background. Approximately 9 months ago, the city hired Cascadia Law Group, who's a specialized legal counsel, and TRC, who's air experts. We hired them to review Puget Sound Clean Air Agency's permit that the CADMIN had filed with them, and also the results of CADMIN's air emission testing that they performed. So they have been working on this for the last 9 months. As the public may or may not know, the permit has not been issued by Puget Sound Clean Air Agency. And so we're just here to update you on where we are in this process and what our next steps are. So tonight we have Dennis McLaren with the Cascadia Law Group and Karen Greenacre from TRC here with us to update everybody on this task. In addition to Dennis and Karen. We have Bridget Baker, our code enforcement officer, here to answer any odor complaint questions that you guys might have. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dennis and Karen.
Good evening, Mayor Baker and members of the council. Are you able to hear me? Great. Let me share my screen here if I can. So let's go to the PowerPoint presentation. And are you able to see that on your screens? Great.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you for the opportunity to share an update with members of the council and with members of the public that are listening into the meeting tonight. We have, as Brian said, been working with Brian and Bridget from city staff, along with the city attorney and the city manager, to monitor both the enforcement activities as well as the permitting activities going on at the Clean Air Agency. And tonight we're going to give you an update of where we are at in that process and some of the next steps. First, we're going to give a refresh on the Cadman facility. We're going to talk about the permitting process, the status of that, the status of a notice of violation from the Clean Air Agency on odor complaints, and a little bit about what's next. So as you may recall, Cadman's Kenmore asphalt plant is a hot mix asphalt plant. It's classified as such, although Cadman indicates that it is now a warm mix asphalt plant. A few years back on the market for asphalt came warm mix products, which are cooked at a lower temperature, are intended to be more environmentally friendly in their application out in the field and in how they're mixed. It is an old facility that was constructed back in the 1960s before modern air permitting and air regulations and air laws. And so those permits don't contain what modern day plants would have in terms of emission limits, testing or monitoring requirements. And so at a certain point after there were public complaints to the Clean Air Agency and Kenmore city officials raising it to the attention of the Clean Air Agency, Cadman received a notice of violation from the Clean Air Agency requiring that they obtain a notice of construction for some of the modifications that were made to the facility during its lifetime. And Karen, would you just very quickly describe the hot mix asphalt plant process, just in a few words, I think?
Sure. Thank you, Dennis. The general asphalt process, and again, this is a batch mix asphalt plant. And what happens is aggregate, which are stones and rocks, will come in, and they will be mixed with asphalt cement in the dryer. And the emissions, a little bit hard to follow here. The emissions are routed to an emission control device. And when the aggregate and the cement are mixed to an adequate temperature, and then it will be dropped into a truck right here. Sometimes if they mix up more than what is needed right away, it will be stored in a storage silo. That rarely happens at the Cadman facility. As I said, they mix what they need for a truck delivery, and then it shuts down until they need to make another shipment.
And Karen, the facility at Cadman does have a bag house, so they do have.
It does. It has a bag house like this.
Can you explain what a bag house is and what it's supposed to do?
Sure. A bag house is usually equipped with filters, and the hot exhaust from the dryer will pass through the filters where particulates will be collected instead of being emitted to the atmosphere. And it will also reduce some other pollutants, but it's primarily for the reduction of particulate emissions.
Great, thanks, Karen.
If we could back up one more thing, one thing I wanted to mention too was that they do have storage tanks that have condenser vents, which I don't think they're shown. This is just a general drawing, but the condenser vents would be on the asphalt cement storage and some of the other tanks, and that is to reduce VOC emissions. And the other thing to realize is not only the dryer is vented to the bag house, but also the truck unloading operation and also some of the mixing operations are all collected and vented to the bag house for emission controls. Thanks,
Karen.
Dennis.
Possible sources of odor can be anything from trucks that are entering or leaving the facility that might have emissions. Those trucks are required to be covered, or at least Cadman indicates they're requiring covering of the trucks leaving the facility. There's also the potential for process vent emissions to generate odors. And then of course, what may pass through the bag house could generate odors as well. But do you want to just quickly address that?
Sure. So as you said, the primary source of emissions would be right when they're loading the truck. And they do have like most facilities, a process where the emissions in this area are collected and routed to the bag house. But sometimes before they can get the cover on the truck, things like that, there can be a short period of emissions from that. If the tanks aren't controlled, like the storage tanks, there can be emissions from that. That's the purpose of the condenser vents that are on these tanks. And the other emissions, as I said, there are various pickup points where everything goes to the bag house. And that's, you know, if you see emissions from the plant or steam off the dryer, that's another, if there's a process upset, something like that, there could be emissions from there as well, but not very often. And the plant is also using an odor suppressant right now on the incoming materials. They've been using that for a couple of months to an additional way to reduce odors.
All right, thanks, Karen. And just moving to the next slide, again, here, why a permit has been required by the Clean Air Agency is that the regulations require that if there are changes to a facility, you then must acquire a notice of construction approval or a permit prior to the replacement or substantial alteration of control equipment. Well, here, some of those alterations were made over time and permits were not gotten. So now the Clean Air Agency is after the fact requiring that those permits be acquired. And then moving on to the next bit, the permitting process at the Clean Air Agency. There has been an application made to the Clean Air Agency and a State Environmental Policy Act checklist, much like projects that come through the city for approval. A SEPA checklist has been required by the Clean Air Agency. We provided comments both on the checklist and on the permit application on behalf of the city, coordinated with city staff on that. And the Clean Air Agency went back and forth with the applicant about completeness of the permit application. We asked for things like an odor evaluation for the facility, and we asked that the agency strongly consider VOC monitoring and that there be an evaluation of the emissions from not only the changes to the facility, but from the total facility, so that there could be transparency in terms of what the emissions are from the facility. And again, they've had several exchanges back and forth. One of the things we've also been doing is making continuing public information requests of the Clean Air Agency so that we see the correspondence between Cadman and the agency. And very interestingly, quite recently, Cadman responded to some of the requests that the Clean Air Agency had made in response to the city's comments. And one of those is in a May 20th, 2021 letter from Cadman's air consultants back to the Clean Air Agency. And it's an interesting change in that Cadman, in their original notice of construction application, indicated that the original configuration of a scavenger duct had been changed, and that it one of the things that had been indicated was that emissions that previously had been routed through the burner at the plant were changed. And Cadman has now written back to the Clean Air Agency and said Cadman has determined that the description in the NOC application of the original configuration of the scavenger duct was incorrect. We now understand that the scavenger duct did not route emissions through the dryer before or after the change. And they also then add, as now understood, the specific changes covered by the NOC application and SEPA checklist have no impact on odor emissions. Because the project does not affect odor emissions and because the inherent subjectivity of odor quantification and odor study would not provide information that is helpful or relevant to reviewing the project impacts in the NOC application and SEPA checklist. We disagree with that and believe that the agency should be doing an odor evaluation, particularly because there have been odor complaints in the community. And so the agency has not yet issued a draft permit for public comment. We think that there may be some back and forth going on between the agency and Cadman about this odor evaluation issue. We don't know that for certain, but again, as the documents are delayed, approximately 6 weeks before we see what's disclosed to us, at least it indicates that Cadman is now saying that the original application incorrectly identified that issue and that they believe no odor evaluation as a result of these changes should be required. And again, we do not agree with that. So we'll see what the Clean Air Agency does with that. And Karen, do you want to just briefly describe Cadman's permit application as it stands now?
Sure. As Dennis noted, the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency did an inspection of the facility and found that they had made some changes and requested that they get a retroactive permit for that. It's important to understand that the permit that they've applied for is not a permit for the entire facility. It's a permit for the changes that the agency identified had not been permitted. So the permit will apply to the changes they made to the dryer and for the replacement of the condenser vents on the heated asphalt plant. So again, the permit's fairly narrow in focus. It is not a facility-wide permit, so it would not include things like truck unloading and other storage of asphalt or fugitive dust from rock piles, anything like that. It's focused just on the dryer and the condenser vents. We fully expect the permit to include testing of the dryer stack. That's the emissions from the baghouse for total VOCs. That's a very typical testing requirement that we've seen in other permits for asphalt plants. And the permit will also likely include emission limits for other pollutants such as nitrogen oxides, particulate matter, and carbon monoxide, again, from the dryer, because that's the source of these particular pollutants. The Puget Sound rules for air toxics allow you to do a screening analysis based on the change in the air toxic emissions. So what Cadman did in the May submittal that Dennis described was they compared the emissions at full production rates to what the emissions have been during the past several years, calculated the difference, and then they did an analysis based on that difference. And those differences were all below the screening levels for air toxic emissions. So no further analysis is required, per the agency's rules. And as Dennis described, right now Cadman is pushing back on conducting any additional odor analysis. And their reasoning that they gave, as Dennis described, was that the changes they've made wouldn't have had an impact in odor. So it's not appropriate to address odor in this permit.
So moving on to the next slide, there has been a technical meeting that city staff and Karen attended with Cadman to learn more about their process flow. The city did submit comments both on the SEPA checklist and on the permit application. Where we're at right now is we're currently awaiting draft permit issuance, and once that is issued, then comments on the draft permit can be submitted both to the Clean Air Agency, both by the city and at the public hearing and in writing. And we'll be requesting that there be a public hearing by the Clean Air Agency on the draft permit. And they've indicated previously that they will hold a public hearing on it. So there's also been, as you're well aware, at the council, odor complaints that have been brought by the public, both to the city's attention and to the Clean Air Agency's attention. And Bridget has diligently been, responding on these and trying to verify odors and help the public file complaints with the Clean Air Agency that can be followed up on. And there has been a notice of violation that was issued by the Clean Air Agency in response to one of the complaints. And the Clean Air Agency can issue civil penalties or take other actions. And Cadman has had the opportunity to meet and rebut with the Clean Air Agency, and Bridget Baker was invited to that meeting to help back up the verification of the odors. And we have heard from city staff that the number of odor complaints that they're receiving has gone down. We heard some public comments tonight from public members saying not so, but that is just factually what we've heard from city staff. Karen, any comments that you wanted to make on the odor issue?
Couldn't get me off mute. No, that's right. There is a pending NOV that's yet to be resolved, and as the odor complaints come in, Bridget has been reviewing those, and I think Bridget has worked with the community to make so that everybody understands what's required for an odor complaint and what has to be done in order for her to be able to evaluate that complaint and forward it on to the agency.
So one of the things, again, we are following this process closely, and we're looking for things like the emissions calculations that have been submitted with the permit application and in response to the comments that we made on behalf of the city and that the Clean Air Agency requested additional information on. And there has been, a lot of speculation about what the facility emission levels are. We now have some data from Cadman's air experts that's been submitted to Clean Air Agency, and the agency is evaluating those emission calculations, as has Karen been looking at those. And Karen, do you want to comment on what we're seeing in what's been submitted by Cadman's air consultants to the Clean Air Agency?
Sure. What we've seen is that this plant, its production rate makes it a small asphalt plant compared to many others. So their potential production is about 200,000 tons per year. And when you estimate the emissions based on that production rate, using generally available emission factors, which are used throughout the country to estimate emissions, the particulate emissions at full production would be on the order of 15 tons per year. And the total hazardous air pollutant emissions are 0.79 tons per year. I should also point out that the facility did do some emission testing last year for particulates, carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, and all of those results, were in line with the emissions that were calculated. So we're pretty comfortable with the emission calculations that were done. As I said, they used generally accepted methods used both by EPA as well as ecology.
And I would just add to this that we earlier said that for the hazardous air pollutants, they were only required to do a screening analysis under the state's air toxic regulations for the differences between facility changes and the previous operation of the facility. But these are total emission numbers that are calculated on the spreadsheets that we've reviewed here and that have been submitted to the Clean Air Agency.
And I should also point out that, as I said, these are calculated based on a production rate of 200,000 tons per year. And the production data for the last couple of years shows that they are operating, I think, at less than 50% of those levels. So again, these numbers would be worst case if they were operating at maximum capacity, and they haven't been anywhere near those levels during the past couple of years.
So again, what's next? We're waiting to see what the Clean Air Agency does with respect to the notice of violation and whether they'll issue civil penalties on that. Cadman has pushed back on that, indicating that they believe emissions were coming from construction on the 68th Street Bridge and various other arguments back. So we're watching that closely. And then, of course, we're monitoring when a draft permit is issued, and that could be any time. There's been, again, back and forth between the agency and Cadman. I think Cadman is saying their application is complete. They're not going to do the odor evaluation, and they want the agency to issue a permit. We don't know the status of the discussions back and forth over that odor evaluation between the agency and Cadman. But again, we're going to continue to advocate for a more complete odor analysis and that there be emission testing in the final permit. And we'll know more when we see that that draft permit issued. And again, we'll work with city staff on what comments are made on the draft permit. And with that, we're happy to answer questions from the council.
Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you. What toxic pollutants then are in HAPs, the hazardous air pollutants? And then also, are these the numbers that they said, Trinity said that they have come up with, this 3/4 of a ton? And over what period of time was that the 3/4 of a ton? And then is there any way to gauge that against a danger to human health? What's a unhealthy level of hazardous air pollutants? And then, final question. I got a bunch of them. Final question is that within the regulated limits, and can we test ourselves, and how much might that be to test?
So lots of questions there. Let me give sort of a general framework for this and then have Karen weigh in. But Washington State does have air toxics regulations that the Clean Air Agency does enforce and review. And it's a multi-tiered analysis, and they have what are called SQER levels, which are screening levels to look at whether the emissions of air toxics rise to a level that requires further modeling or further evaluations. And if you're below the SQER, the small quantity emission rates, if you are below that, then you're deemed not to require any further evaluation because you're deemed not to be creating a hazard from air toxics. So what was done here is a screening analysis for the changes in the facility in relation to those SQER levels, the screening levels. But Karen, do you want to, as your air expert, do you want to take that a little farther?
Sure. I'm not sure I cut all the questions, but I think one of the first ones was the time period for the 3/4 of a ton emissions. That's over a 1-year period. So that would be 0.79 tons per year. So that's one question. In terms of the number and types of air toxics, there are about 20 or 30 that there are that there's information for from asphalt plants. Some of those are metals that you may recognize, copper, lead, manganese, mercury. Those are metal toxic emissions. And then some of the others are organic ones. Those can be benzene, chrysene, xylene, naphthalene, a number of different organic compounds. And just what Dennis described, they calculated the emissions for each of those, and they compared it to the screening threshold, which is called the SQER. And the emissions were below those screening levels for all of the toxic air pollutants, except for chromium. So that one they took to the next tier, where you do some dispersion modeling to see if those emissions are below an acceptable impact level. And they used a very conservative screening model and showed that the emissions were in order of magnitude below what would be allowed. Did I capture all your questions or did I miss one?
Oh, no, you're doing a great job. But one was how much might our own testing cost? I think we can do that, on our own airspace, our own property. That was one. And then is there an acceptable human safety level for those HAPs?
So the screening levels and the impact levels that Puget Sound has developed, are essentially health-based thresholds that they backed into. If you test for those and you test for them like within the community and not, if you test for them within the community, that the challenge is that you will also be picking up these pollutants from other sources. And many of these pollutants are the same ones that are generated by vehicle traffic and gasoline stations and wood burning fireplaces. So if you measure them in the community, you're not going to know where those emissions came from.
And what I would add to that is the reason that the regulations require a calculation of the emissions levels in relation to screening levels and health-based standards is because that is the standard methodology for looking at whether there is health risk associated with the way a facility operates.
Thanks. Is there a ballpark for how much it would cost to do our own testing?
So we haven't estimated that, but it would be a lot.
You're talking about testing in the community?
Testing, yeah, I know. I realize there's a lot of complexities, but actually, there's a generally standard airflow from the place, and fortunately, it's right between. It's before 522, so you could actually. I think I'm no climate expert whatsoever, but I think it's a fairly common phenomenon where you could actually capture some good portion of what's coming out of the stack and not have it contaminated with much else. From the community, except for stuff south of it. But anyway, so yeah, a ballpark amount, absolutely non-binding, just like to get an idea of how much something like that might cost.
So the other thing you have to realize is that the plant does not continuously operate. It's a batch plant. So there are some days where it may not operate at all. And there can be days where it just operates for a couple of hours. So finding that, determining when to test and how long to test can be very challenging. But I've seen programs like you're talking about, there are a lot of pollutants to test for. And if they're put in the community, depending how long you operate them, these types of programs can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not $1 million or more to get all the data.
So I would just add to that, for very large facilities that have a smokestack, for instance, there are things called continuous emission monitors, SEMs, that can be required to be placed in the stream out the stack, and that can monitor on a continuous basis what's emitted. But those are quite expensive and quite limited in their application to facilities that have a stack that is a large facility.
And those are also generally limited to pollutants like carbon monoxide and NOx. I don't believe I've seen one in the stack that could measure toxic air emissions.
Yeah, the other is fence line monitoring that can occur at the fence line, but again, that is typically only required if once you go through these calculations of what the actual emissions should be from a facility, you are at a level where to protect the public, you would require fence line monitoring, and typically, if you go through these calculations and screening analysis and the numbers are small and they're below the health-based thresholds, that type of monitoring is not typically required, and quite honestly, at very low levels, it would be hard to detect emissions at such low levels that are below the SQERs.
Right, and one of the other things is that Ecology has looked at emissions from asphalt plants, and they have a general permit for asphalt plants that's used in other parts of the state, not where the Puget Sound has authority. They looked at the air toxic emissions and determined that they were for plants twice this size, and determined that they were insignificant and no further requirements would be required. The federal US EPA has come to a similar conclusion. Years ago, they were tasked with regulating hazardous air pollutants from a variety of industries. When they did look at the asphalt industry and looked at all the data and did their risk assessments, they decided not to regulate air toxic emissions from asphalt plants because of the low risk.
All right, we've got a lot of people waiting. We've got Councilmember Shrubnik, Councilmember Kugler, followed by the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I have one observation and 4 questions. The observation is that there was diminished complaints. My sense from talking to a whole bunch of folks is that that is due to people being exhausted by the process over many, many years and no longer complaining because it is futile. So I would not interpret that as there is less need. I do have, 4 questions. Is it warm mix or hot mix? For the last year, we have been drummed in that it's hot mix, and now we're hearing today that it's warm, except your diagram showed hot. So I want an answer to that. Is the testing that we think is going to be in the permits random testing or scheduled? Would it include PAHs? And then finally, a more complex question. We have residents that are impacted by whatever's coming out of the stack. whether that is toxic or just obnoxious. Is it possible? Well, I mean, I know it's possible, but what would it take, I guess, to do testing at these residents' places when these occurrences of emissions are happening? Now, before you respond, I fully understand that if something were actually found that's toxic in what the resident is experiencing at their residence, that would be inconclusive. We'd have to do more research. What I'm wondering is if it could help prove the null. In other words, if there's nothing toxic at the residence, then we have some reason to think that it's not health toxic, but maybe it's awful. And as many smells, can make us feel sick. So whether they are actually toxic, those are two different things.
Right.
So can you speak to those questions? Thank you so much.
Okay, the warm versus hot. It has been a warm mixed plant for several years. Most people, when they estimate emissions for a warm mixed plant, will use the published emission factors for a hot mixed plant to be conservative. So what you'll see is the emissions have been calculated based on a hot mix plant. So the actual emissions are likely lower because it's actually a warm mix plant, but there's not as much data for warm mix. So people use the hot mix numbers to be conservative. When there is a testing requirement in the permit that is scheduled, you have to notify the agency in advance of when the testing will occur. So that's, I think that's that question. PAHs, no, they would not, very likely not require testing for PAHs. The testing would be for VOCs. PAHs are a component of VOCs, but when you test for VOCs, you get everything all together, not the individual compounds.
Karen, I would just add to your response there that when monitoring is required, the agency inspection department will review that to determine if there are any violations of any regulations or requirements of the permit.
Right, that the testing is very prescribed. You need to notify the agency when you're going to do it. You need to submit a plan that describes, exactly where the test probe will be, what methods you're using, under what conditions, and then the agency can also witness the test. And then after the testing, a report is developed and submitted to the agency. And like Dennis said, that test report and the results are used to determine whether or not the plant is in compliance with the emission limits.
Great, and then the one last question, of course, is...
The last one's a hard one. As you very correctly pointed out, odors and health effects are not necessarily one and the same. So something can have an awful odor, but not necessarily have a health impact. And the reverse is also true. There are a number of hazardous pollutants that are odorless, which makes them very dangerous. So
can you speak to the testing? And then I guess it's very unfortunate that the testing would not be random. That just seems unfortunate.
So the testing also has to be done when you're operating at your maximum capacity. So the intent is that whenever you're required to test, you're testing under worst case conditions when the emissions would be highest.
And I just add to the last question about the testing at residence homes, that the odor regulations are intended to address both odors that are non-toxic but are nuisance odors and that drive people crazy and interfere with life and property. So in those instances, those are still enforceable violations by the Clean Air Agency if they can be verified and documented. The issue of toxicity is a separate issue, and that is the one that's more difficult to discern, at a specific location, where it's coming from, what the source is, and whether there are confounding sources and so on.
So Councilmember Kugler, followed by Deputy Mayor, followed by Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. Most of my questions are more related to regulatory authority, oversight, and enforcement. So I have 3 questions related to that. I'm wondering, are there any time limits on the permitting process? In particular, at some point in time, would they be forced to not use the unpermitted changes? That's sort of my first question. And then secondly, what is PSCAA's threshold for civil penalties or any penalties that would be commensurate for this type of infraction? And then third, are there any possible delays, given that I've heard there are upcoming changes in leadership and staffing? Like, do we need to move forward any of our advocacy or anything on our behalf before that comes into effect?
So on the first issue of time limits at the agency, unfortunately, that is at the discretion of the agency in terms of when they determine an application is complete, when they stop their back and forth with an applicant around whether an application is complete or whether the issues that are being requested to be addressed are actually being addressed to the satisfaction of the agency. This one has dragged out longer, I think, than anyone would like. I think that that's problematic, but it appears they are close to a draft permit issuance. This issue of an odor evaluation is important. And of course, we commented that we wanted an odor evaluation, and Cadman has come back and said, we don't think one is needed. So how that is resolved is one of the next things in terms of the timeliness of when a draft will be issued. In terms of changes in the leadership at the agency, my sense of that is that that's probably not something that requires us to up our advocacy or up our pressure on the agency. They have pretty well-defined processes. They have managers that are very experienced and sophisticated. Steve Van Slyke, who is the director of enforcement and oversees the permitting process, is highly qualified and highly competent. So I think that that's probably not an issue. And I forget your third question.
It was more about
civil penalties.
Civil penalties, yes. So they do have the ability when an odor is verified. And again, some of the criticism from the community has been the way the agency monitors odors. And the reason in Washington State that most of the agencies, the air agencies, use trained nose and odor levels is because that is something that's typically verifiable, and testimony in front of a group like the Pollution Control Hearings Board, where there's an appeal of a civil penalty. It's been tested in court. It's been tested in those proceedings. And equipment to measure odors is not something that has proven to work well in many locations. And so civil penalties can issue at a point at which the agency determines that it has interfered with the enjoyment of life and property, that it is interfering with everyday activities for folks. So at that point is where they can issue a civil penalty. And again, those penalties can be appealed to a quasi-judicial body, the Pollution Control Hearings Board in Washington State. And the agency is very aware of the need for documenting the complaints so that they can withstand any appeal and any challenge going forward.
All right, Deputy Mayor.
So I've got 2 questions. With the possible new permit only covering part of the plant, what percentage of emissions would you guess would be included under that permit with the reductions? And then second question, we've had folks say that the facility is producing cutback asphalt. To the best of your knowledge, is this facility producing cutback asphalt?
Karen, do you want to take those two?
Sure. What percentage, since this would include the dryer stack and most of the other processes, one way or the other, do get vented to the same stack, I would probably say, 75% of the emissions. And that's just a rough guess. And then cutback asphalt, Cadman has provided test results for those tanks, and they don't show that cutback asphalt is being used. We don't have any evidence that cutback asphalt's being used. And Cadman has told us it's not. I mean, I understand that's coming from Cadman, but the other thing you have to realize is they are making asphalt to certain specifications to sell to clients, and they wouldn't be able to sell it and meet their client specifications if that's what they were using. So,
So I would add to that it is something we've asked the Clean Air Agency to verify in the permitting process, and we could comment when a draft permit is issued if they haven't addressed that we want a condition on the permit to not use those types of products.
Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. And, I want to thank Cascade Law Firm for coming before us tonight and answering our questions. I have a few, so I'm going to take them a little bit, one at a time, if you don't mind.
Sure.
But first, I just want to clarify. The original permit was issued in 1960 and was by King County. I think I saw it was originally initiated from King County in a planning commission document. Can you please confirm?
I don't think so. I can verify that. I don't have the permits up in front of me right now. And I don't think it was back in the 60s. I want to say it was early 70s, and it was from the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency. And so I think if King County issued something, it might have been like a business type operating permit, but not an air emission permit. Okay. But I can get back to Brian and let him know the exact dates of the permit. There were 2 permits. I can let him know the exact dates and who issued those.
It's also possible that the facility was established before there was a Clean Air Agency and a Washington Clean Air Act. And if that's the case, then it might have just been a building permit from King County.
That's what I'm thinking.
And then air permits came later. And again, very early in the development of air regulations.
Thank you. And so going back to identifying where the original permit came from and it was issued from for the business, I think is important. The document I saw that came before the Planning Commission came with no restrictions. But that being said, I think it's important for us to be able to track back where the original permit came from and who's responsible for reviewing it every so often and updating that document. And so I just want to make sure we're talking about Cadman, a new business operating in an aged asphalt building that made changes to the building without permit, without notification to Puget Sound Clean Air Agency and King County and Kenmore, or both?
So the 2 permits that I reviewed did not have any requirements in them for testing or monitoring. That was very typical for permits at that time. Those permits are not required to be reviewed. So they would have been in place until the facility made a change.
Okay.
So what happened was they did make a change and failed to get a permit. The Clean Air Agency recognized that, I believe issued them an NOV for that and asked them to submit a retroactive permit application. And that's the permit application that's being reviewed right now.
So I appreciate that, but I do believe that considering the violation of improving the plant without permit, I believe puts the business into looking at other permits, business permits, water, changes made according to our water jurisdiction, King County Environmental Review, just to name a few. So I have some questions. If they've made these changes, shouldn't they be subject, and are they not subject to wastewater and stormwater runoff permit updates as a business?
So I will say, we have not reviewed that question. We did review with city staff whether any city permits were required for the facility, and city staff determined that no building permits or other city permits were required by these specific changes that are the subject of the permit in front of the Clean Air Agency. But we can talk with Don a little bit more about that and determine a response to your questions and get back to you after conferring with Don a bit about that and Brian.
Okay. And does any of this fall under Title 16, Building and Construction Standards, or 21A zoning suffix?
Again, those are issues for Don and Brian, but I think that this is a non-conforming use, meaning that it was established prior to the current zoning codes, and so the non-conforming use provisions would apply. But again, those are questions that we can confer with Don and Brian about and get you a response back.
Well, actually, Dennis, you're actually absolutely right. That would be the answer that we would give you to those. The P suffixes are for the redevelopment of the property, and the Title 16 with the development of the building code standards would be what Dennis was talking about, what we were looking into if there was city permits required.
Okay, so I'm looking at the different elements where changes made to a facility trigger updating permits elsewhere, where our King County has overlaid required permits with wastewater, stormwater, covered vehicles, commercial vehicles, the King County Environmental Review, looking at partial issues. Parallel issues exist with Renton Asphalt Plant, Marysville Pulp Mill, and the work of the Greater Maple Valley Area Council. And changes made also kind of earmarked impactors with the water district. So I am wanting some deeper questions. And I would think that besides Kenmore in our community, that King County Executive's Office would be interested in protecting water, salmon habitat, and high water table areas with an industrial plant like this near its water edge. But that being said, I do know that we have a special guest who's attending tonight's meeting, Cecilia Jackson, who is the Department Director of King County Government Relations. And while I cannot call on her, maybe maybe our mayor could recognize and ask Ms. Jackson if the King County Executive would take interest in looking at a 3-month possible study of this area. Since, and I'll just quote, King County has instructed the executive prior, back in 2017 in a different area, in a different study in Maple Valley, to evaluate if an industrial land use and parcel is still consistent with an applicable laws, regulatory or map changes that would both address the changes or uses of a plot of land. So it seems to me that there's precedents set elsewhere of evaluating whether or not this is an appropriate use of this land site anymore, in consideration of our surrounding community, population, and the impact. I'll yield. Mayor?
Yes. Any other questions? Do we have any other questions? Yes, Councilmember O'Kane.
I believe Councilmember File asked if we might be able to invite King County, I can't recall her role, employee Celia Jackson to speak to the questions that she had asked. I'm not sure what the order is, but I just wanted to draw attention to that. I don't have a question, but I do want to thank Councilmember File for her detailed questions. She covered areas that I was going to ask about, so thank you.
City Clerk?
Yes.
Do you see the person from the county in the audience?
I see a Celia Jackson. Is that who we're referring to?
Just one second, Deputy Mayor.
I was assuming that Celia was at this meeting about Best Starts for Kids. I could be wrong, but I assumed that that's why she was here.
Would you like me to promote Miss Jackson?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if she's got something to add on the asphalt plant or water standards or that, then yes. But if she's here for Best Starts for Kids, then no. I mean, we're always happy to hear from somebody from the county with more knowledge. So I'm just curious as to why she's here. Councilmember File.
I have a question, Mayor Baker. According to Robert's rules, it's usually the chair who can call upon a guest attending a public meeting who is a specialist or whatnot, and this would fall into that area. We certainly could call her forward and ask if our King County executive would be willing to look into the situation for us, but that would have to be done so by the chair, the mayor of the meeting.
Which I'm more than willing to do if she is qualified to speak on it. That's what I'm trying to ascertain. If she wants to be promoted and speak.
I think we can't guess at that. We could definitely ask and see what she would have to say. She's a highly respected individual.
I see she's being promoted. Ms. Jackson? She's in the process of connecting audio.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ms. Jackson, yes, we hear you.
Hi. Okay. I'm so sorry. I was having trouble hearing both you and connecting my own audio. So I'm so sorry if you're.
I'm just wondering if you're qualified to speak on the areas that council member File has requested.
I'm so sorry. I did not catch the audio previously. So if the question could be repeated, I can do my absolute best to answer. Yes.
Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker, and thank you, Ms. Cecilia Jackson. The issues are regarding King County's interest in an industrial plant that has been purchased by a new entity that did construction improvements to their building without permits. Originally, it seems to me the permit came originally from King County, and there being the issue of if a business has done improvements to their building without permit, it should trigger and is likely to trigger other King County permitted areas of interest. So,
Council member, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I just want to clarify why I'm here this evening, which is specifically because of the BSK item on the agenda. And so, while I'm happy to pass on the details of your question, I'm most certainly not going to be qualified to answer this evening.
well, thank you. I certainly hope that our King County executive is interested in this issue related
Sure,
to
absolutely.
The industrial site and the concerns of our community
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
and the permits that are likely triggered, as he has been involved in past issues. So thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Councilmember O'Kane.
I'll keep this brief. Actually, I think I will hold for comment after. I just have a question. I would pass. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a comment, Mayor, if nobody else has any questions.
No, we got Councilmember File has another question.
Thank you, Mayor Baker, and I do, and I appreciate your pause. So given that King County Council in the past, in 2017, had instructed King County Executive to conduct a 3-month study of a industrial use permit and a land use, and if the land use was still appropriate to the industrial use, I have to ask myself the question, if King County Council can do this, why can we not make a same or similar request if there is a majority in interest? I certainly know I would be interested to see if this is still a adequate use of this land space or not.
Councilmember O'Kane.
I would like to know as well. My question that I was going to raise was, is this a time to talk about water issues related to that area? Because that is a concern of mine that's been raised. And I think that it's important, and the reason I was going to say this for staff comment, I can go then, but I think it is important that we address our community's concerns about sediment and water pollution, where there is property built on, or where the property is all built on landfill, and there's legitimate concern for what is there, especially considering that there is an asphalt plant in use on that property. I had a question of what can we as a council do with regard to our responsibility to understanding who's responsible for doing the testing. How can we make sure that the sediment is safe? And as we do need to do salmon habitat recovery, the critical nature of our location at the north end of Lake Washington and the opening of the Sammamish Slough, we're going to have to understand what can be done in this area at some point. And since we are on the issue of the, I consider it an environmental issue as a whole. I understand where Councilmember File was coming from, and I can say I was going to raise the questions about water and sediment testing, but wasn't sure if it was appropriate at this time. So thank you.
Mr. Hampson?
I just wanted to comment and point out the purpose that we hired Dennis and Karen.
Right.
You know, we don't have the staff expertise and knowledge on all of these fields, and so that's why we hired Karen and Dennis. So it's really important for council and the community to know that these are our resources right now. And as we have any additional questions, you know, feel free to send those to me. I can ask Dennis and Karen to answer them. We would like to have all of these questions and concerns figured out before we comment on the draft permit or any NOV or anything of that nature. So yeah, keep that in mind. You know, Karen and Dennis are here to answer these technical questions for us. So I'd like to thank them for coming tonight and being available.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I think Councilmember O'Kane, you raised some good questions, but you need to get them in to Mr. Hampson because it's not part of this study.
Yes, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I wanted to thank
and study it.
Yeah, I wanted to thank Brian for raising the opportunity. So thank you. And thank you, Mayor.
Wow. If there's things that you want to see added in additional studies, then please get them in so that we can do that.
Thank you, Mayor Baker, and thank you, Brian Hampson. I think it's important that we do get some answers to the questions we had tonight. And I do realize the limit to the scope that Cascadia Law Firm was hired. Yet, depending on some of these answers, it might be worthy of later, at a later time, considering a study or a joint study together with King County on these issues. Just looking out for the best interests of Kenmore, our community, and our citizens. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you very much. We appreciate the report. And again, thank you. Next item on the agenda is expressing an official position in support of the King County Proposition number 1, regular property tax levy for children, youth, families, and communities. There is an opportunity now for members of the public and council to be afforded an approximate equal opportunity for the expression of an opposing view. So if you want to be recognized by the clerk to present an opposing view to the regular property tax levy for children, youth, families, and communities, which is, I think, best starts for kids. If you would please raise your hand so the clerk can see you.
Deputy Mayor Herbig, your hand is raised. Would you like to speak? Okay, I do see one hand in the audience, and that would be Ms. Finley. One moment.
This is in opposition, yes.
Phyllis Finley.
Yeah, Phyllis Finley, Kenmore. I just want to point out the obvious that this is a very, very worthy cause, no doubt about it. The beginning of our council meeting tonight, we spoke quite a bit about affordable housing. And I just want to remind you that every time we raise property taxes, that decreases the chance of affordable housing, especially from the viewpoint of a landlord. That when my property taxes go up, the rent's going to have to go up as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak in opposition to this levy?
Mayor Baker, I don't see any additional hands raised.
All right. Thank you for your comments. And we have in front of us resolution number 21-368 in support of the King County proposition for best starts for kids. Is there?
Mayor Baker, but before you proceed, I do believe our attorney might have a comment.
Great.
And
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do note that while the statute provides an opportunity for equal expression of opposition, I do believe the intent is to open it up for anybody to make comment relating to the ballot measure.
And that's fine. We can certainly do that.
Thank you.
Open it up to anybody who wants to make comments.
Thank you.
And Mayor Baker, one additional comment, just for information of the City Council, we do have someone in the audience, Sheila Kapistani. She is one of the contact people of the ballot measure. And if you wish to hear from her, if you have questions specific to the ballot measure, you're welcome to ask her, and I can promote her if that is the mayor's desire.
Let's first see if anybody wants to speak, either in favor or opposition to Best Starts for Kids.
I do see an additional hand raised.
Okay. Do you want to call on them, please?
We're promoting them. Stand by. Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, part of the commentary I did not get to tonight was the contribution that veterans have made, and I wanted to make sure that they are prioritized as a group of receiving housing, and also anyone with children. I think many of you are already of the opinion that households with children definitely must be in that category, but I would like to consider the people that are veterans, and then I would point to the 70-some% local home ownership in the neighborhoods where you have seniors and you'd like to have additional density, be it near transit-oriented development areas or areas that are near planned or expanding bus services, that those areas could be singled out for seniors to go to, and then you may see more real estate be able to be available for the development of multifamily and things like that that could accommodate seniors, which is a group that we should also look at preserving in our city, because they've made a lot of great contributions. And I just like your consideration for those other property owners. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments on the Best Starts for Kids. Anybody else wishing to comment on Best Starts for Kids? Councilmember Shrubnik?
Yeah, just briefly, I, was the one that suggested that we make a resolution in favor of this. So just speaking very briefly, a key tenet of Best Starts for Kids is investing early. And it is somewhat unique in the country around the level of investment and the types of investment, both investing early and sustaining the gains. Investing early, things like evidence-based postpartum home visiting programs and early developmental screening and support. After that, before and after school programs, supported education and supported employment, things that can help interrupt the school to prison pipeline. This is a very important levy. I hope you will consider going ahead with the resolution. These interventions are not free, but it is incumbent upon our community as a whole, I think, to support things like this because kids grow up and they become leaders in our society.
Anybody else wishing to speak on Best Starts for Kids? Anybody else wishing to speak on Best Starts for Kids? Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. You know, Best Starts for Kids was first adopted in 2017, and it is the best opportunity and standard for kids, providing strong foundation for lifelong health and well-being. This is a good investment in our children's future and our future generations, and for those families that are connected. I support this position and I look forward to voting later tonight.
Anybody else wishing to speak on Best Starts for Kids? Anybody else wishing to speak? Councilmember Marshall, did I see your hand? Anybody else wishing to speak? All right. Then let's move on. Next item then on the agenda. We've all seen the agenda, Bill, I'm certain, in our packet. So the next item then is a motion to approve resolution number 21-368 in support of the King County Proposition 1, Best Starts for Kids.
So moved. Councilmember File.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, will the clerk please take the roll?
I will. Would you kindly confirm who seconded that motion first?
I don't know. I think there were 3 of us. I was
again?
wants to claim it.
I heard Councilmember Kugler and Shrebnick at the same time.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
You take your pick. All right.
I'm ready to take the vote.
Yes, I believe we are.
Councilmember Marshall?
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herbig?
Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Shrebnick?
Yes.
Councilmember File?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right. All right, we're cutting some of the staff report out, and I'm sure we're going to hear it at a later date. But let's move on.
Mr. Mayor, can I just explain? We are going to postpone the items A and C until a later meeting. We will do number B, which is a quick update on the Walkways and Waterways Juanita and 68th project, as well as we will do item D by the police chief, given the hour.
All right, let's move on then to Walkways and Waterways project update presented by our senior civil engineer, Mr. Vaughn, on Juanita Drive and 68th Street project update.
Mayor Baker, I'm promoting Mr. Kent Vaughn right now.
Oh, and also city engineer, John Vincente. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Good evening. Oh, go ahead, John.
Oh, no, I was just going to
say good evening, Mayor and Council. I've been waiting all night to say that. But I'm going to turn it over to Kent because he has all the pertinent information regarding this project. So take it away, Kent.
I know it's been a long night, so we'll try and get through it quick. So I'm going to share my screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
So here this evening to give you a brief update on the Juanita Drive and 68th pedestrian and bicycle safety improvement projects. As you know, the Juanita Drive project is bike lanes and sidewalk on one side from 143rd to 170th, approximately 1.5 miles. And the project budget is roughly 16.8 million. Project components, in addition to the curb and gutter and sidewalk and buffered bike lanes, are listed here. The typical roadway section for Juanita Drive is 45-foot wide roadway section with the bike lanes, the buffer for the bike lanes, amenity zone, 4-foot amenity zone, and 6-foot wide sidewalk. And where we have additional turning lanes, we have additional road widening at side streets 165th, 163rd, and 158th, and also at higher traffic volume areas along the corridor. I know there's some interest in the trees. There's 405 trees within the Juanita Drive corridor. 249 are retained and 156 are removed with the project. The project will plant 169 new trees along the corridor to mitigate for the tree removal. And the finished tree density along the corridor will be roughly 72 trees per acre of buildable area. We're providing water quality along the corridor. We're providing 10 Filterra bioretention systems and 1 modular wetland vault. That'll improve the water quality to Lake Washington and Sammamish River. We're enlarging a stormwater detention pond that was existing just south of 165th to improve detention, and we're replacing the new the drainage system, pipe system, with a new system. Completed to date, we've got water and water main relocations are complete down to 158th Street. Stormwater pipe conveyance is complete down to 158th Street. Stormwater pond is roughly 75% complete. The soldier pile wall, the 1 soldier pile wall in the project, is complete. Curb, gutter, and sidewalk down to 165th on the east side is complete, and roughly 75% of the tree removal is now complete. So we have remaining work, drainage and water main relocations from 158th to 143rd, curb, gutter, sidewalk from 165th to 143rd, structural earth walls, landscaping, and finishes to be completed. The project is on budget. It's roughly, we've expended 15% of the construction contingency, and 8 change orders have been executed to date. The project is behind schedule, roughly 2 to 3 months. Estimated completion is May of 2022, and that's primarily due to slow production and some underground utility conflicts that the project has encountered in installing the drainage. 68th, similar scope to Juanita, 1.5 miles of sidewalk on one side and bike lanes from 182nd to 61st. Project budget, 12.9 million. In addition to the curb, gutter, sidewalk, and bike lanes, we have these components. The roadway section on 68th was reduced to 36.5 feet by council in 2019 to reduce impacts along the corridor to stream and trees, steep driveways, and to reduce cost. Sidewalk is 6 feet wide with no amenity strip. Bike lanes are 5 feet wide with no buffer, but we have had the ability to add some landscaping amenity zone approaching the downtown area, and also added a 1-foot bike buffer approaching the downtown from 187th Street. We're providing boardwalks in lieu of sidewalk in the areas of where we're close to the Blueberry Creek stream buffer and along the North Shore Utility District headquarters frontage where there's wetland. 68th Avenue project has roughly 131 trees within the corridor, of which 104 are retained and 27 are removed. There's no street trees, as I mentioned, due to the redesign. The tree density after the project is complete is roughly 32.5 trees per acre of buildable area. We are planting trees in Wallace Swamp Creek Park, 193 trees, to mitigate for the wetlands and stream buffer impacts that we had while widening the roadway. Water quality for 68th, we're providing a drainage swale and 7 modular wetland vaults in combination with the detention vaults for detention to improve the water quality in Blueberry Creek and Muck Creek tributaries to Swamp Creek, and we're replacing the drainage pipe system. The project does have mitigation in addition to what was mentioned previously. So in order to build the sidewalk, we had to fill some roadside ditches, and these were classified by Fish and Wildlife and Army Corps of Engineers as non-fish bearing streams. So the city did commit to replacing 4 driveway culverts in Blueberry Creek with fish passable culverts by March of 2025 in a separate project. Completed to date in 68th Avenue, we've got water main and sewer relocations and the drainage within segment 1, which is from 185th to 190th, and segment 5 from 66th Avenue to 61st. We've installed 2 detention vaults in segment 1, and we've installed the pin piles for the boardwalk along 68th, just north of 185th. Remaining work, drainage, water main, and sanitary sewer relocations in segments 2 through 4. Detention vaults, we got 5 more to put underneath the roadway in segments 2 through 5. The north boardwalk at 62nd Avenue, curb gutter and sidewalk on one side, structural earth walls, landscaping, and finishes. The 68th project is on budget. We've roughly spent 10% of the construction contingency to date and executed 2 change orders, and the estimated completion for 68th is July of 2022. As you know, we've got detours in place along 68th Avenue for segment 1 and for segment 5, and these will go away at the end of September, followed by detours for 190th to 195th work, then from 195th to 66th roadway closure. With that, we have questions.
Any questions? Councilmember Marshall.
202nd was going to be opened up again in October.
Segment 5, yeah, from 66th Avenue to 61st, that will be complete by the end of September.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, you talked about kind of the terminal tree density. Can you, for both of those sites, can you speak to the change in tree density?
So for the tree density, we basically took the survey of all the trees along the corridor and applied the code to that, the point system, to determine what the density would be with all the remaining trees and what we're planting. And that's what I calculated.
So do we know, I guess my question is, you presented what it's going to be. Do we know what it was?
I don't have that right offhand, but I can provide that information to you.
Perfect, thanks.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. Next item on the agenda, pretextual traffic stops and state law changes for law enforcement, presented by our police chief, Brandon Moen, and specifically a police report and the pretextual stop memorandum. Chief.
Good evening. Let me share my screen real quick here. Are you seeing that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So just going to cover a couple of topics here this evening. Some of this was already provided in that memorandum that you just referenced regarding pretextual stops. That's the topic of discussion that had come up recently. So I just wanted to talk briefly about it. So first of all, a pretextual stop is, again, as you know, a traffic stop where a police officer pulls over a driver, not necessarily enforcing any particular traffic law, but instead there's some other motivation unrelated to the driving itself. So the reason they're being stopped is not the true reason. There's some other criminal investigation going on. And that is really what the crux of a pretextual stop is. Unlike in other places in the country, in Washington, they are prohibited by our state constitution and have been for my career from day one. It's been illegal and for officers to conduct pretextual stops in the state of Washington. So obviously the courts really will, after the fact, go back and look at a traffic stop if there's a legal challenge and try to determine whether or not the stop was in fact pretextual. And then, as you can see there, some of the things that they look at, kind of totality of circumstances and the subjective intent and objective reasonableness, which is a common term used in case law and law enforcement, is objective reasonableness. So those things are weighed when examining whether a traffic stop was pretextual. In terms of our department policies, most of our pretextual stops, the challenges to them are based on bias challenges. And as you know, as we've discussed previously, we have department policies in place that explicitly prohibit bias-based policing in any respect, and also require that officers comply with not only federal laws, but the state laws in Washington, which are more often than not more restrictive. So they have to abide by those overarching laws as well as clearly established case law, which are constantly evolving. So because the case law is constantly evolving, we are providing legal updates regularly to the officers, and so that they have the most recent court rulings that they're obligated to follow. And those are put out by the Criminal Justice Training Commission, as well as through our ATU, Advanced Training Unit. Should there be allegations that a stop was pretextual or is bias-based policing or whatnot, those complaints are investigated just as any other complaint, as we've discussed previously. All complaints are accepted and entered for investigation by the Internal Investigations Unit, and it starts a process in which those complaints are reviewed at multiple levels within our chain of command and ultimately end up at Internal Investigations and the Office of Law Enforcement Oversight. So another topic that had been discussed was really what the traffic stops consist of, who can conduct them in the state of Washington, et cetera. The power to conduct traffic stops in the state of Washington are directly given by state statute, particularly this particular RCW within the traffic law of RCW 4661. Gives officers the authority to conduct traffic stops and spells out what exactly the obligations of a driver to do once they're stopped by the police, which are the obvious things of pulling over, providing identification, registration, insurance, etc. And allows for the officer to check their license status, check for outstanding warrants, and if so warranted, issue infraction. The thing to note with traffic stops is that the second, if I'm behind someone, the second I turn on my lights, it is a detention. The second those red and blue lights are turned on, it is a suspension of that person's civil rights, their ability to move around freely. They are temporarily suspended. So it is something that is taken seriously and has to be justified, and cannot be done again outside of the state laws that allow us to conduct them. There are reams and reams and reams of case law on traffic stops alone. Like I said, they're constantly evolving and have been reviewed over and over and over again, and it's a class in and of itself, just in traffic stops alone. The next topic I was going to discuss was some of the law changes that are coming into effect next week, since I'm already here, and I'll try to go through this somewhat quickly, but still cover some of them. There were over 100 new law enforcement related bills that were passed in the last session. Not covering all 100 of them. I've picked out 4 that I think are the most relevant, that I think have some particularly interesting components. I've been sitting on a number of meetings and discussions that have been occurring around the state involving WASPIC, the Washington State Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs, our Criminal Justice Training Commission, and the Washington City's insurance authorities. I've been conducting a number of webinars and lengthy discussions on these topics, as all these agencies are trying to determine how to enact, follow, interpret these laws. I just want to provide information again on these 4 that I believe will impact public safety the most, and the ones that I believe will result in issues that you are most likely to hear about from the public. I believe, this is stating my opinion, there will be a disconnect between the public's expectations of our response to some calls and what we are going to be able to do. The biggest one, in my opinion, is House Bill 1310. This bill impacts when force can be used by the police. It's not just force that we have been discussing over the past year. It's more than just tasing and pepper spraying and strikes, things of that sort. This can include any physical force, and it could be up to and including as little as unwanted touching, grabbing someone's arm to escort them. This is being interpreted such that this is physical force, any touching. So this has some pretty large ramifications. This effectively ends what is called a Terry stop for us. A Terry stop, at least in Washington State, would essentially be ended as a result of this, making us the only state in the U.S. To not have this at our disposal, at the law enforcement's disposal. So a Terry stop comes out, I'll explain it real quickly, comes out of a U.S. Supreme Court case from many decades ago. It allows for police to detain someone where there is reasonable suspicion that a crime has been committed, is being committed, or is about to be committed for a particular articulable crime. So with this new law, probable cause is necessary in order for police to use physical force, again, as little as touching, rather than reasonable suspicion for a Terry stop. So we're placing reasonable suspicion for probable cause, and those are much different standards. So what does this mean in a real world example that could easily happen? It does happen. Say a person were to break into your house in the middle of the night. If they flee on foot, as is common, they're spooked, you interrupt them, they go running off into the night. You give a description of the suspect to the 911 operator. Officers arriving into the area see a person matching that description, and they're running away. They're several blocks away. They see them running. So what we would normally do is a Terry stop on that person. We'd stop the subject, detain them, depending on the circumstances, we may pat them down for weapons, make the scene safe, and then potentially bring the witness over to the scene to see if this is the person or not. Since they match the description, they're within time and proximity is correct to the crime, and that would be a Terry stop. The person is detained, they're not free to leave, but they're not under arrest. Well, Now what we're going to run into is we can tell the person to stop, but we cannot make them. We cannot use force, again, as little as touching, to detain that person. So the suspect will run away as we've not met that higher standard of probable cause. So probable cause, like I said, it's a higher standard. It can take time to develop, which normally would occur during that Terry stop. Terry stop gives us time, a brief amount of time to conduct investigation, to get witnesses, gather enough evidence to determine, okay, is this the right person? We're not going to be able to prevent that person now from leaving prior to that investigation being conducted, at least the initial investigation. Now, you can transpose those same facts that I just gave you of what was essentially a burglary. They could be the same instance, the same limitations are going to be placed on your run-of-the-mill shoplift from a grocery store to murder, rape, arson, robbery, mass shooting, etc. The outcome is going to be the same. We're going to be facing the same limitations in terms of conducting that Terry stop and using force. So we may have a suspect that common sense, reasonable suspicion says this is our suspect, but because we've not yet met that probable cause threshold in the moment, that suspects, we're not going to be able to detain them, and we may not be able to identify them if they continue running off into the night. So that's obviously an issue that we're going to see. The same law also greatly impacts the response to mental health type calls. As you see on the slide there, another one of the causes for us to use force. Again, force, I'm using quotations, as little as unwanted touching, is to protect someone against an imminent threat of bodily injury to the officer, another person, or the person themselves. So officers will have to determine if there's an imminent threat or if there's a crime. And if not, the officers may leave. In some cases, are obligated to leave. And they may not respond at all. Our communication center is already forwarding calls to the Crisis Solution Center for some mobile crisis team response or some other type of referral. I anticipate many of these calls to boomerang back to us, to our communication center, due to other dangers or hazards with the person being uncooperative, or because the person's mental health crisis may be manifesting itself in the form of a crime, or a crime that something they're perceiving to be a crime that the call receiver or anyone else may say this is more of a mental health crisis, but in that person's mind, this is a crime, I need a police officer. So those type of things may very well end up back with us. There are many calls where we traditionally responded to assist fire medics with restraining people who have met ITA criteria, ITA being the Involuntary Treatment Act. Those criteria that someone is a danger to themselves or others. And normally we do that restraining of someone so that they can be sent involuntarily to the hospital for a mental health evaluation. And this is a nightly occurrence, something I've done in my career hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. It's extremely common. Someone who is in danger, needs a mental health evaluation, needs to go to the hospital, maybe doesn't want to go to the hospital. And if they're not cooperative, we end up grabbing arms, helping the ambulance driver put them on the gurney, putting them in soft restraints, and they go off to the hospital for a mental health evaluation. Now, that's going to be far more difficult. Unless there's an imminent threat, we're going to be standing by until a crime occurs or an imminent threat develops. This is a drastic shift from being kind of proactive in preventing injury or escalation to having to be reactive to kind of whatever develops there at the scene. This is going to create some strain and add some duties to other first responders, namely the firefighters and medics, as these duties of restraining have typically fallen on the police. And I've already been in contact with North Shore Fire and the command staff there on some changes they're going to see from us in that respect. So we're probably anticipating finding ourselves walking away from many community caretaking functions that we traditionally have helped the community on, and not responding to some calls that the public would otherwise expect us at. And that's there's going to be some growing pains in that respect. These laws collectively really add another layer of complexity for our patrol officers in what are already very intense and rapidly evolving situations. So while the public may look at a situation as pretty common sense arrest or action that needs to be taken, and this is the officer's job, they should be doing this, the officers are viewing it in far more of a gray area in which they may face under some of these new laws, decertification from their duties from the Criminal Justice Training Commission, and with it the loss of their livelihood. So even if they were trying to do the right thing or the common sense thing, at least what's viewed as common sense from the public's perspective, the officers are going to be viewing it under a lens of they're going to take a far more conservative approach to force in this area. And my fear is that this will result in the officers being far more hesitant to act or hesitant to respond in these situations, but that will remain to be seen. The second bill, House Bill 5476, this is directly related to the Blake decision regarding drug laws in Washington. I believe we may have discussed this at some point. So in lieu of booking or referring charges to a prosecutor for drug possession offenses, we must refer someone twice to assessment and services, and can only book someone for drug offenses after the third time that we've caught them in possession of these illegal drugs. This third offense, which would have been a felony, is now a gross misdemeanor and would have to be prosecuted through our municipal court. Traditionally, felony crimes, which include most drug possession cases, are prosecuted in the Superior Court through the King County Prosecutor's Office. Now that these crimes are misdemeanors, Kenmore's prosecutor, defense attorneys, jail costs, court costs will be impacted as a result of this, because we'll now be accepting those cases rather than them being in Superior Court. Again, those are only occurring if someone's been referred 2 other times to assessment and services by law enforcement. It's only after the third time that there will be repercussions. Law enforcement agencies around the state are trying to determine who to refer persons to for these services and how to track how many referrals they've received from other agencies. Because if you have the same person who's traveling around in the region or in the state, and different agencies have already referred them multiple times, we need to know who was referred and how many times they've already been referred. So that's something that's still being worked on. I will say, in closing on this bill, it's very, this probably goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. It's very important to manage expectations on the effectiveness of these referrals. And I'll leave it at that. House Bill 1054 involves a number of police tactics. I'm just going to talk about a couple of items on 1054. There's a bunch more, but the Sheriff's Office policies really complied with much of these laws, particularly related to lateral vascular neck restraints, use of no-knock warrants, things like that were already in our policies, which is something that we've already done. One big change in this police tactics law is it restricts our use of vehicle pursuits. Our policy in the Sheriff's Office is always, well, I'd say it's been restrictive for a number of years, far more restrictive than many other agencies in the state. That said, this restricts vehicle pursuits far more. So police can only engage in vehicle pursuits if there is probable cause to believe that person has committed or is committing a violent offense or sex offense, or there's reasonable suspicion that the person is essentially driving DUI. So again, that first prong is the big one, because we're back to probable cause. We're no longer relying on reasonable suspicion. If we're going to pursue a vehicle for really any offense other than DUI, we have to have probable cause. And due to this increased threshold, suspects that choose not to stop for us will not be pursued, regardless of the severity of the crime. So similar to what we discussed in House Bill 1310, oftentimes developing probable cause requires time, a witness to identify the suspect or other such gathering of evidence. So this would normally occur once a suspect was safely detained following a pursuit. Now, regardless of the severity of the crime, without probable cause, will not be allowed to pursue someone in a vehicle. Again, this is absent the DUI portion. This is talking about all other crimes. So, for instance, if we have a drive-by shooting and a witness provides a description of the fleeing vehicle, having worked the majority of my career at night, this is a scenario that's very common because there's very little traffic on the road. You come into the area of this drive-by shooting, and my goodness, there's the vehicle several blocks away, matching the exact description, speeding away. We're not going to be able to pursue that vehicle. It is not probable cause, and so we're going to have to back off and allow that person to go. That's going to result in loss of evidence and suspect information that will be difficult to overcome. It's not insurmountable, but will be difficult. House Bill 1054 also limits equipment that has been deemed to be militaristic in nature. This includes firearms and ammunition that fire projectiles that are 50 caliber or greater. This definition includes, or has been interpreted to include less lethal shotguns, including 2 such shotguns that were assigned to Kenmore police officers up until last week when we had to turn them in. These shotguns, they essentially shoot a beanbag type round that can temporarily stun someone and may eliminate the need for deadly force. Unfortunately, these less lethal shotguns, along with standard shotguns, are now prohibited for police to possess or use. So that it is one less lethal option available to us. And the last bill I was going to discuss is 1140, which involves juveniles having access to consultant attorney. This essentially was in place for us previously. There had been concerns expressed. This is in place for us through county code that was passed by county council, and I think it's a couple of years ago now. Concerns were expressed by the sheriff's office and the prosecutor's office at the time. And we previously had special Miranda cards that really simplified and explicitly spelled out Miranda rights for juveniles. But that was expanded again by this county code, and now has been expanded even more so into state law. I guess I mentioned this because some of our more violent and serious crimes here that occurred in Kenmore during my tenure have been committed by juveniles, including stabbing, arsons, etc. So these limitations, while I understand the purpose, I think it's important to understand that there's issues that arise because of them and the detriment of public safety. So in the context of this and the other items of reviews tonight, I just think it's another challenge we face in our efforts to further that and further public safety. And just to wrap this up, I promise you I'm almost done. One thing that I want to mention just on this topic of public safety, WASPIC recently released their Crime in Washington report for 2020. And in it, they note that Washington State ranks 51st, this includes the District of Columbia, so 51st in per capita police staffing. I don't recall the exact number, but I want to say it was several hundreds of millions of dollars would be needed for us to just move up one spot to 50th in per capita staffing. So we, enforcement in Washington State, already have, compared to the country, pretty minimal staffing, and the same can be said for our city. So we attempt to stem the tide of crime and really pursue public safety as best we can, but we continue to face more and more obstacles, and it's more and more each day. Last slide, Thomas. these changes that I mentioned, they're being enacted into sheriff's office policies currently as we speak. And literally a schedule for training that's being pushed out to the officers that's occurring as early as tomorrow afternoon. And I just got it this evening. So they're doing this very quickly. I think that it's important to note that the type of calls and the lack of response in some circumstances may result in some angst by the public. Officers and supervisors are going to engage the public in dialogue on these topics as they arise, so they are aware of the limitations placed upon the officers. Our employees are often the most visible, face-to-face contact with the public. We're the ones out consoling the victims of crimes. We're the ones seeing these people when they're being victim of crimes night in and night out. So it's only fair that officers be informing the public as to why a person was not arrested, detained, pursued, or charged, or why an officer didn't respond to the call that was not criminal or emergent in nature. So it's really my goal as we move forward that any public concerns in this respect are not falling upon the feet of they're not falling upon the officers themselves, that the concerns are expressed higher up than them. They are the messengers and ones enacting laws, or I'm sorry, using the laws to pursue public safety, but they are not the ones passing them. So we operate within the framework and we're given, and we'll go from there. So with that, I will stop talking. I will answer questions.
Questions? Councilmember Shrevenick. Oh, excuse me. Wait, hold on a second. Councilmember File.
Thank you, Mayor Baker. I have a number of questions, Chief Moen, and I'm thinking about the way in which you will be, and your officers will be responding to issues in our community in the future. And one of those I'm thinking about is how will this impact your response in the field to domestic violence and those calls that are frequent to you all? I have other questions, but I want to start with that one.
Sure, and in terms of actual response to domestic violence calls, those aren't going to stop. We're going to continue as we always have. When I read these laws and think, how do we really apply them logistically? My concern is more with how does it impact the investigation. So, for instance, I go to a domestic violence call. I'll give you a perfect example of something that I've encountered numerous times. Neighbor calls, says, I hear screaming, yelling, glass breaking. Husband and wife are fighting. There's something serious going on there. Please help, go. We go there. The male half is leaving. We don't have no idea what's even going on inside the house, what has happened inside the house. The male half is leaving, does not want to cooperate, does not want to stay with us, just wants to leave, wants nothing to do with us. Up until next week, we would have been able to stop, say, no, you're not free to leave, you're detained, have a seat, and we would be able to, if need be, put our hands on him, put him in handcuffs, detain him temporarily while we investigate what happened inside the house. At this point, we're going to be hard pressed to do that. A person's probably going to walk away unless we can rush into the house and very quickly establish probable cause before he's gone. Just those type of scenarios and the logistics of real life things that are running through my mind, and I know are running through the minds of these officers, of how they're really going to implement these laws. And that's where I get concerned.
Thank you, because I can think of the many ways in which you do respond, and there's a violence in the home and violence experienced by others, and you're able to stop a car, down the street. It doesn't sound like you're going to be able to do that anymore.
We can attempt, but that's all it is. It's an attempt. If someone chooses not to stop for us, it's going to be difficult to force them to stop without putting our hands on them.
Okay.
Pursuing them.
And I'm thinking back to an excellent response for community and local business. Great action on your part of your agents, your officers, where there was a threat at our local Rite Aid, and it was a part of a couple stores where that were threatened via guns. that were used, and people fled on foot out of cars, and you were able to respond appropriately to the situation and handle the public safety and welfare that needs to be addressed, and make an arrest. That kind of a situation, what would that look like?
So yeah, it's funny. It's funny you should bring up that case, because I'm the one who stopped that vehicle, and that was exact scenario where that was an armed robbers with armed handguns who went in a drugstore and had done it in multiple locations. As of next week, if in that particular instance they actually pulled over, which surprised me, but as of next week, if they take off and do not stop, I cannot pursue them. They're going to continue on. We had no means of identifying them beyond that traffic stop at that point, as far as that investigation was going. In that case, one of the individuals actually got out and started running. The case is still being adjudicated, so I won't say too much, but I think it's debatable whether probable cause at that point even existed for him, because there wasn't a lot of information yet on the vehicle and the circumstances. So that is an example of a case where probably we're going to be hard pressed to make an arrest after next week.
And another sort of a case that routinely happens, a traffic stop without speeding, without any broken lights, and a warrant is found. What happens then in this new situation?
So with the new laws, nothing should be affected there too much, assuming that everyone is cooperative and there's no nothing unusual that happens. Warrants are still going to be out there. People, judges issue warrants. We do not. If someone doesn't show up to court and a judge issues a warrant, we're obligated to serve that warrant if we come across that person and take them into custody so they can go before a judge at a future date. That's nothing new, but these laws shouldn't impact that unless there's something else going on.
And just looking at our past police reports, we're not, this is not an area that is a common occurrence of contextual traffic stops. And so while I know this is an issue that's been talked about a lot in, Seattle, for example, it doesn't seem to be, present in the police reports that we've been reviewing. And so I would look at that and say, this is something that's not happening in Kenmore. Can you elaborate?
So pretextual stops are almost always challenged at the after the fact during due process for someone who's been arrested. So someone's been arrested for, name a crime, DUI, reckless driving, whatever it may be. And then it's challenged after the fact. The argument being that this is a pretextual stop. The officers really stopping them for some other reason. They didn't really stop them for the expired tabs in their vehicle. They stopped them because X, Y, or Z. So it's a legal challenge. It's difficult it's difficult for me to say, has it ever happened or is it happening? It's prohibited by state law. It's prohibited by department policy. So I cannot definitively say it doesn't happen, other than there's nothing to give me an impression that it does, and that our officers are trained not to do that, and they enforce the traffic laws and do the laws equitably as they always have. Do complaints arise? Yes. I've had complaints myself where I guess it's not necessarily a complaint. I had a case where it went very high up into the state appeals courts, where it was a pretextual challenge of a pretextual stop. And in the case, it was upheld through many levels of the court system, even though there was a challenge made. So I'd say just because the allegation is made doesn't mean it's true.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions related to speeding through unmarked school zones. How is that handled by your department?
So the really school zones, the biggest deterrent for speeding in them is that the fine goes up considerably if it's in a school zone. So the idea being that is if it's a bigger hammer, the bigger fine, people are going to pay attention a little bit more and will slow down. And hopefully the flashing lights at the beginning of the school zone will get their attention and think, oh my gosh, the ticket that I get for doing 10 over here is way more than if I was doing it on the other side of town where there is no school. So I better lay on the brakes and slow down. So that's really the intent.
But I asked about unmarked school zones.
So if it's unmarked, it's just a normal area. It's not a school zone. Unless it's signed as such, it is not a school zone. We cannot enforce it as a school zone. It could be, a street directly in front of a school, but unless it has the proper signage as such, it's not a school zone at all.
Okay, and just before we move on to someone else, I just want to plant this seed because you run a really excellent program with Target Zero, and the city of Kenmore is very committed as well as our council. And it has been discovered that there are 2 areas in our community near secondary schools of Inglemoor and Kenmore Middle School that do not have marked school zones or signage to that effect, like a flashing sign that says school zone, reduced speed. And I know this is your area, so I'm going to plant the seed that I certainly hope to see an improvement in this area here soon.
Yeah, and the city traffic engineer and I have been discussing this actually for quite a while now, as we discuss a number of traffic safety options, and among them have been the school zones you're actually referring to. So,
thank you.
Councilmember Srebnick.
Thanks. I just have 2 questions. One is what I thought was pretextual stops, but apparently is not. And that is the situation where you stop someone for a traffic violation of any kind. You see something or smell something in the car on the person while you're doing that stop. Can you search the car? So that's my first question. And the second, and what processes are around that. The second question has to do with what we're seeing happening in Portland, which is a decision to actually have police and minor traffic stops, such as for expired plates or broken lights. Has KCSO thought about doing something like that?
So the first question, and I scribbled it down and now I can't read my own handwriting. Searching a car. Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, Washington tends to be more restrictive than anywhere else in terms of what police can do. If I went in, stopped the vehicle and I smelled, say, marijuana, can I go search that vehicle automatically? No, absolutely not. There would have to be based on some other factors. I could request consent to search the vehicle, which in our department requires paperwork. You have to have the person sign a form and read a Miranda. It's a whole process to do. It'd be based on consent. Absent that consent, we would have to request a search warrant, which would require sealing the vehicle, impounding it, bringing it to secure storage, having a detective work on a search warrant. If we're going to that length, it's based on something far more than smell. There's something else going on there. No, the flat out searching of vehicles based on observation or smell, absent something else, is not occurring. The not conducting traffic stops for minor offenses. I've not heard those discussions specific to King County. That's not to say those discussions aren't happening. I do not know. I have not heard that yet.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Marshall.
Thanks, Chief Moen. Probably one of the best ways to look at the number of at least pretext stop challenges, if any, don't know if there's any or not, would of course be to check with, or we could hear from the city prosecutor or the defense in the court. Is that your impression?
Yes, and yet they would certainly know if there's been a trend of those. At least on the misdemeanor side, they would have those at our local municipal court.
Any other questions? Chief, I've got a question for you. Are you seeing, like other departments are seeing, early retirements or lateral transfers?
Yes. Sheriff's office as a whole, yes. And that's not uncommon for all agencies, I'd say, in the region, if not the state. Retirements, people leaving law enforcement altogether, leaving the state, you name it. We're facing, I'd say, significant staffing shortages, staffing issues, and trying to address them through some pretty aggressive recruiting efforts.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much, Chief. We really appreciate the information you've given us tonight.
Pleasure. Good night.
Thank you. All right. Next item on the agenda, Councilmember reports and comments. And I know, Councilmember File, you have a motion on the table. So let's go with Councilmember O'Kane.
I just have a couple of, I think, thank yous to give. First, I want to thank our city attorney, Ms. Raytan, for her guidance earlier this evening. Sometimes we hear things that we don't want to hear, but they're very important and help guide us as a body to perform our jobs most responsibly. So I appreciate that. I also want to thank our public comment. Your voice matters. I am so thankful for the robust public comment that we received today. There were things I did want to respond to, but did not. But I want to make sure our community knows how important your voice is. It matters. And I've heard every single council member on the dais mention how important your voice is, along with our deputy mayor and mayor. So I want to thank you. You may bring up important points that influence each of us in our decision making. If we don't hear from you, we're going to be an island. So I want to thank you. And again, thank our city attorney for giving guidance earlier today. It was very important. So thank you. I had other things, but I'm going to let it go. It's late. Thank you.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes, I want to see if I get any other council members or to join me or consent in an update on what can be done about the crosswalk or the traffic situation and the student safety situation in front of Inglemoor High School on Simons.
I know the police chief is working on it. A number of people are working on it, but Councilmember Shub, is there something on this?
Well, yeah, I mean, we were briefed in our one-on-ones
right
this week about this.
Okay, which I missed, so that might help. So we have something forthcoming.
Oh, there's a lot going on.
Okay.
The chief and different staff and everything.
We're looking at the situation then.
Yes, we are. Okay. Very seriously. All right. Councilmember Kugler.
I don't have any updates or comments tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrebnick.
Oh, I just want to echo Councilmember O'Kane and thanking the public members that made public comment. It's crucial. And also thank the council for hanging in there in this excruciatingly long meeting, and disappointed that we did not get to discuss Squires, but hopefully we will very soon. I really hope we do.
All right, Councilmember File, there's a motion on the table from you. You want to address it?
I do, and then I have some other things. So we can start with that. So I had made a motion to bring the ILA back for further discussion, and the King County interlocal agreement. And I would hope for a second.
The ILA dealing with what?
The King County, becoming part of the King County regional ILA, our jurisdiction.
Okay, because we have a lot of ILAs, I think, with King County. So which one in particular?
The one we heard
Housing.
about tonight, Mayor Baker. Thank you.
I think it was the Regional Housing Authority.
Yes.
Great. Councilmember O'Kane?
May I ask a question? It's only a question because I'm wondering if we need to vote on this or not. It sounded like they were going to be coming back, but how, when, do we need a motion to request them to come back regarding that?
I think you're going to be back.
Been interrupted.
Certainly can if you want to, but
Yeah.
we still have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in having them come back. I'm sorry. Yeah.
We still have Councilmember Files motion to deal with here.
Are we in
Is
discussion?
it?
I would be entertaining a second.
You have a second from Councilmember O'Kane.
Okay.
So then, yes, Councilmember Trevor.
Are we, so we're in discussion. I'm fairly confident that they will come back to us to discuss an ILA.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they want to do, so they are not going to neglect us.
Deputy Mayor?
It's an agreement. I think we should bring it back for discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Councilmember O'Kane, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify again, but I'm in agreement. We should bring it back for discussion. I just wasn't sure that we needed to have a motion on this, and that's what I was trying to ask the question about. But I'm comfortable with bringing it back, of course.
So, Councilmember File, you're happy with just bringing it back for discussion, or you want to sign on to the ILA?
I would like to bring it back for further discussion with potential of action.
And I think we're pretty much all in agreement with that. So there is a motion and second on the table. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Deputy Mayor Herbig,
Yes.
Mayor Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yeah.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right.
Mm.
Yes, Councilmember File, you've got more.
Thank you, Mayor Baker, for letting me take care of that business first. And, I just want to join in the effort and appreciating our community. Each week we hear from our community, their interests and concerns, and we are listening. We work hard to color inside the lines and follow the rules of the law of governance and how we may act and respond. And so I hope you understand that to our community. But we are listening, and we are working hard on environment and housing and public safety. Most importantly, I want to thank Councilmember Joe Marshall for bringing up public safety and school zone safety. And we heard from Mrs. Gilbert tonight, whose son was recently hit in a crosswalk, and luckily came out pretty unscathed, not like some other children have in our areas. And while I know that this is a staff area of work and function, I think it's important to bring this issue back to our for an upcoming meeting for an update. I certainly would like to see school zones updated and added to the secondary school pathway, being that they're not present yet. And we're a young city, so I believe this is just an oversight, but something that should be corrected. And I hope that we can have that action taken and applied and in place before September, before the start of the school year this year. And there are other concerns and considerations and asks that the family have made that I think are reasonable. So I don't know if it's necessary or a good measure to maybe bring this back for a work session and an update on. I would like to have just a little discussion with my fellow colleagues to see what their thoughts are on that.
Councilmember O'Kane.
And I see where you're coming from, Councilmember File, and I was actually going to bring up something about it, but I felt it was covered earlier. I think that Ms. Gilbert, who spoke earlier this evening, a couple of the items she specifically called out, I felt confident our city is already in progress on, based on the last one-on-one. In particular, I heard from our city manager that we are very much looking at pursuing the school zone near Inglemoor High School. And with that, there's opportunity for traffic cameras. But I don't know if that's for sure going to happen, the second piece, but I do know that I feel confident in where the city is going with this. And I'm thankful for the community input that has helped add fire to getting this done more timely. As far as timing and getting it done, I don't know where the city is at as far as that. So it might be a good staff update next week or something along those lines. I'm not sure whether we would want to be providing further direction beyond the progress staff is already making at this point.
I drive that street every single day. I believe there are school zone signs there. I will take another look tomorrow morning, and I sure could be wrong, but I believe there are school signs there, but we'll check it out.
Mr. Mayor, we'd be happy to do an update next week.
Councilmember Kugler?
To Councilmember File's point, I think if there are things that we can do to codify this and apply as Kenmore grows and our population grows, and who knows, maybe there'll be additional schools added in the future. I would be interested in supporting that as well, and seeing if there are applications of this situation that we might apply more broadly.
Yeah, I agree. Our children's safety is paramount.
Thank you. I really appreciate all your input tonight. I want to thank our community member for coming back and bring this back to our attention again. And I know that she has an upcoming meeting next week with the city. That being said, I also noticed that the Kenmore Middle School president was online and watching tonight, and that's the other school zone, the other secondary school that does not have a school zone in it. And our pedestrian bicyclist safety is so important for ensuring our community safety going to and from school, let alone staff and faculty. So I really appreciate your commitment to this effort. And I appreciate Nancy Elsley that we will be hearing an update next week.
Is there anything else, Councilmember File?
No, Mayor Baker, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Nothing to add at this point.
Well, let me see. I think I've got a number of things to talk about. Upcoming meetings, July 26th, and a special meeting on August 2nd. And if there's nothing further to come before us, we are adjourned.
Night, everyone.